Hello, everybody. Welcome in. How's it going? Let's see. Portugal Or more on YouTube. Welcome in. Yeah, sorry, the commands don't work on YouTube, but I can let me send you that now. Is my chat thing working? Hold on. There we go. And I can just send you the link to Lurden. I think this should just send on YouTube. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, how's everybody doing? Bremu, Sakura, welcome in, everybody. How's it going? Yeah, we're gonna get started in just a minute. Let me close all my garbage. Whoa. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and get that guy out of here. Very interesting. Did that work? What's going on here? Oh, there it goes. We got like a million messages on YouTube. Okay, anyways, we're good. Well, how are you? Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I was just kind of taking it easy Monday and Tuesday. But now it's back into the grind. So yeah, we're gonna work on a couple more decorations. And then yeah, we'll be gaming. I want to do like a couple more plants, maybe also some shop decorations too. And then we can keep working on cool stuff, you know, upgrades and whatnot. Anyways, let's do that now. I've been keeping the game open for like I've had it open I think for about 2 days or something, like crazy. I just wanted to make sure that fix I made. There's this issue where if you have the game open for a really long time, it starts to slow down, use a bunch of RAM, and like when you travel to another place, it takes forever to load. But as far as I can tell, that is definitely fixed now because I've had the game open for like 48 hours and there's no problems. So yeah, what decorations do we want to do now? Let's take a gander, shall we? So we got all the new rocks in. I like how those look. So yeah, I want to do probably some wood and then plants, I think would be cool. I don't know what plants we want to do. We have kelp, we have the super red plant, seagrass. Let's look at what kind of plants you use. There's a bunch of different kinds we could do. Oh yeah, there's like those moss ball things. Yeah, I haven't really like... We could do specific species of plants. Okay, that doesn't really... Eelgrass. What is eelgrass? This is eelgrass. Basically just tall blades of grass. It's a possibility. If anybody has ideas for specific plants right now, let me know. Fanwort. Oh yeah, I've seen this guy around. That could be a solid one to do. Elodia. Water weeds. Also seen this one. And then the sword plant. Oh, those are all just a specific type. These are all rooted plants, and there's bunch plants. So, floating plants. So this is a sword plant. Just kind of a bunch of leaves in a bundle. Let's see. Wakame plant? Let's look at that. It's a type of kelp. These guys? Yeah, I could see doing something like that. I'm not gonna worry too much about like what is feasible. Like, I don't know if you'd actually be able to, these plants are probably huge, so you probably can't actually grow them in a tank technically, but it's a video game, so we can do whatever we want. Yeah, I think it's like these ones. Wakame seaweed. Wakami? Wakame. I don't know. Wake me. Waka me. I don't know. This is all just like the... Like, I want the real image, yeah. So yeah, something like that could work. I did add kelp. What are you even just kelp? Okay. So yeah, the plant I added doesn't really look like kelp, but it's okay. A red sea whip. Oh yeah, yeah. This could be cool. I do want to throw in like more color, you know? I mean, plants are great, but stuff like this that's like red or just more exotic colors would be really cool. Like, it'd be really cool if we had some blue decorations, because I don't think we have many of those. I don't think we have any of those, so everything we have now is green, red, and gray. So something that's like blue would be cool. I don't know, is there blue? Is there blue stuff? I mean, there's always coral, and that's like our option for doing a blue. Not every plant has to be like a real thing. Oh yeah, we gotta do the anchor. That's a classic, dude. Like, we could just do some funny little blue thing, you know? Oh yeah, brain coral. Yeah, these funny guys. They can be blue sometimes. Yeah, I definitely want to do corals. I think those would be nice. Yeah, I might make it at some point so catching, like, you can actually catch your decorations if you go to, like, the coral reef zone. Let's see what we also got. Reneki. Yeah, there's another solid option. A little red leafy guy. What's like the common name for these, I wonder? AR. Is that what they call them? Let's see if there's like a common name. Scarlet Temple. Yeah, that's like the common name. So yeah, that could work. See, yeah, I appreciate all those suggestions. I can look at that too. Tala rotundifolia. Yeah, that's another option. There's a big bushy guy. The blue Chinese marsh flower, huh? I don't know if these are aquatic plants or not. Okay, they do kind of live next to the water. I don't know if they can live underwater, though. Ontideria cordata. Yeah. Okay. So I think we'll do... Anything's possible. It's true, it's true. I mean, honestly, a lot of aquatic plants are made of plastic and aren't real. You know, so like... it's fine, we can do whatever we want. There's no rules. But I'd like to throw in a couple real plants, because I think to some people it's kind of cool being like, whoa, I have that plant in real life, you know? But yeah, let's do the Scarlet Temple plant. I'm just kind of looking at some images to get an idea of what they look like. So basically, it's just like a long, stocky, kind of leafy shrub thing. Like this. And it's got sort of a mix of green and red leaves. So yeah, let's draw it up. I wonder how big we want this to be. I guess probably like kelp. Maybe like a little shorter than the kelp, but like bushier. So we can resize the canvas, do like 64 wide. All right. So now, let's draw. Might have to turn off my night view thing on my monitor so I can see the colors better. Because it does kind of ruin my ability to see the color blue. It looks super weird on my monitor. It looks normal on the stream, but here it's like blue is like black almost. It's really odd. I don't know. Let's see where it's at. It's like night view. What is it called? Nightlight. See, it's weird because it's on right now, but it's not. Oh. Whoa. Okay. Final suggestion, mosaic flower. Okay. Let's take a look at that guy. Oh, just like flowers made out of mosaics? Or is that a specific kind of plant? Hey, Digital Iliad, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? Let's go, the boats. What's going on? What are you up to today on your stream? And welcome in, everyone. We're just about to draw some plants. We're gonna draw this guy, commonly known as the Scarlet Temple. So, they're kind of like a bushy, twiggy plant. A little bit of a mix of red and green leaves, it looks like. Something like this. Still doing Steam page stuff? So, yeah, nice. Sure, it looks nice. Let's go. Oh, you've got to run? Ah, yeah, all good. No worries at all. If you want, feel free to drop a link in here if you have the Steam page ready. But it's all good if you don't. But yeah, have a good rest of your day. Thanks for coming in and for the raid. I appreciate it. Okay, so I'm just gonna draw a couple like strands that come up, I think. Right, and we'll just kind of have it go out. Something like that. Those will be the stems. And the stems are kind of like lighter colors, so something almost like this. And then you mix that with like a little bit of pink. So it's redder at the bottom. It looks like it's usually... Also, hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. The leaves seem to be more green at the bottom, and then as you get to the top, they turn more red. But the stalks are kind of inverted, I think. Where it's like more red at the bottom, and then the stalks become green, I think, as you go up. It's hard to tell. Because every plant is like a little bit different. So, hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. It's really hard to tell. The stalks are mainly just red, I think, but the leaves definitely change color as you go up. I think the stalks might get like a little whiter, but it seems like they're mostly red. So we'll probably start with that. And then the shape of the leaves, they're just kind of like long diamond, whatever we call these, like spears. So yeah, we're just going to go through and draw all the leaves, and then we can go back through and recolor them to whatever we want. Some of these are going to be overlapping and stuff. That's fine. We'll do a shading later. Okay. Seems like they usually like angle up. Just looking at the leaves here. Right? So I want to kind of keep that. Like this leaf that I did over here, that one's actually fine because it's connected here. And then I think as you get down here, some of the leaves are like smaller and not as crazy. This is on another layer, right? Yeah. I definitely prefer drawing the silhouette of the thing first, like you do. Yeah, it's a lot easier. I used to draw an outline first when I first started learning pixel art, and then I finally realized, like, oh, that's actually not a good way to draw. Yeah, because it's just way more time consuming. But yeah, definitely just going through like this and just drawing the big blob shapes is so much easier. So I'm gonna do those, and I'm gonna have like another layer of leaves. And for these, I'm just gonna go through and do in a different color for now. But I'm gonna probably merge these two layers together. I just want to make sure this thing is bushy. It's got plenty of stuff going on. Okay. I think that's probably pretty decent there. I do want it to be like a little lopsided because I think it makes it more interesting for decorating. Okay. So now what we're gonna do is go through all these. So I kind of want these almost to be, I think what I'm gonna do is select the stalks, just so you can kind of see the difference between the two, and paint these a different color. I think we'll do this color. And as you get down to the bottom, we'll make it normal. But then I do want these to change a different color. It is kind of like almost like tan at the base. Not quite, but like close. I don't know, something like that. We'll see. It doesn't have to be 100% perfect, but it's good enough. So most of these leaves near the bottom are green, and then almost all the ones at the top are red. So I'm gonna kind of fill these in. Maybe even do like purple. And I'll probably stop the red leaves there. And then now, like throughout here, I can start kind of sprinkling in a couple green leaves at the top. Let's do a darker color. And then especially down here, like basically all of these are green, right? Something sort of like that. So we get this gradient from green into red. And I might do like one more red leaf over there. I think that'll work. Then now it's just a matter of going through and rendering each of these leaves fully, right? So, and it looks like I already merged those, so yeah, we're good there. All right, so let's do that. Now, looking at these leaves, it looks like the stalks actually kind of turn green as it approaches the leaf. So I think I'll sort of do this. Yeah.
As an aspiring game developer who's a few months into it now,
Yo.
I've noticed that some game developers, especially idle game developers, they create such a great base for their project, but then it reaches the point where they add new content just because players need something new. But the creativity is lost, and it's obvious the dev has lost motivation and ideas. Sad face.
Yeah, I totally know what you mean. Yeah. Well, man, it kind of just because players need something new. Yeah, that's always like a tricky part with game development, where you're kind of past that initial like honeymoon phase where everybody's like, whoa, this is such an epic project. And then now there's this big expectation to constantly just add new things all the time. That always happens, not even specifically just with idle games, but all the games. Yeah, it's always really, really tricky. But yeah, I think the important thing is like being able to, yeah, having that skill of almost like filtering out ideas you know won't work, if that makes sense. So it's like, how do I explain it? Also, I think I'm doing this wrong. This should have been a lighter color. Like, a lot of people come in with suggestions and I always really appreciate them, but I think it's important for me as a developer to kind of be like, all right, this might work, but then this other thing might not. So I think that's important, because you don't want to just start doing things just for the sake of doing them, you know, because that's, I think, when you start to really make things too hard for yourself and lose motivation. Yeah, it's always really hard, right? That's probably one of the like hardest things to deal with, is just motivation in general. But yeah, it's always hard to say. But yeah, it happens all the time. Like, I think also a part of it too is a technical debt, because in the early days it's like really easy to manage your project, right? Because there's not like a whole lot of content that you have to manage. But then as time goes on and the game becomes larger, adding in new content becomes more and more difficult for the developer. And that's definitely happened to me with projects before. Like with Starground, that was kind of the biggest problem I always had, for sure. Sucks because like a lot of the times with stuff like that, there's still the desire there to like make the game better and stuff, but it does become really hard. I don't know. I remember working on an app with my group for finance, like app, and we reached a dead zone. We just decided to turn it into a multi-productivity project in the end, but wasn't as thrilled anymore. Yeah. I think that's why it's so important to really keep like your scope in check, right? Because that's always a thing that ruins every project. Every project that I've ever worked on is when things just become too grand or change too much, then it I think it's like your initial expectations that you go into something with now are like broken. So just trying to stay motivated working on the thing that you didn't sign up for is really hard. But yeah, same thing happened to me with Starground. Obviously I still have to finish Starground, but yeah, it is a struggle sometimes, not gonna lie. Yeah, it's just so hard to work on that game. Because every single time I have to work on something, like in the early days I was just working on all the cool fun stuff, you know, and that was very enjoyable. But now whenever I work on Starground, it's always like, I gotta fix this weird multiplayer bug, or this weird thing that's happening here, and this person's game is crashing randomly, and you know, it's very annoying. Yeah, the desire. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's an easy way to get around that problem, unfortunately. I don't know how I feel about the bright lines on these. I kind of do want to see like what it's like if I just do darker colors. I know like in the real plant it looks like that, but see, those are too dark. It looks good for these, I think. But these guys, I think we need to do a different color. Like maybe that's where it makes sense to do like the brighter colors maybe. I would like it to be darker though. Could just do dark green. No, let's see what else we could do. We could do make the orange color. But it kind of blends in too much. You could do like the brighter purple. But that's too much also. Yeah, I'll just see what I want to do on those ones. Unless I just remove it. Remove the line. That's one possibility. Or just kind of change it so it's just a tiny little bit at the beginning. So what I could do is fill it all in. Then after we get all these lines done, we're just going to go through and do the like shading. And then I think we're good to go. So then maybe I could just do like a little bit at the beginning of these. Just something like that. Just to kind of indicate the direction and stuff, but not go too crazy with it. I think that could maybe work. That's always hard to say. Okay, then also on some of these stocks here. I want to change these to red. Only in some of the spots. Okay, I'm like pretty happy with how this is now. I might make this a little like darker though, the transition between these two colors here. Might do like that. Color doesn't really work though. What other color could I do here? Nope. I guess we could do that color. I think that'll work. All right, so now final step is just going in and doing our shading. So for that, basically, I'm just going to select areas that should be obscured or in shadow, right? Sort of like this, and just fill them in. So like there, that leaf's going under this leaf, so fill that in. That one's above that one. A lot of these won't have shadows, but it's just a couple spots where I want to do that. Because I think it helps. That one, I guess I can do a shadow. All right, now on the red leaves. Go ahead and do that. Let's do a shadow on this guy. There's definitely some down here. A little bit there. I think that's mostly good there. Maybe a little bit there. Yeah. The only thing I don't like is this bright green on these red leaves. They're pretty, it's pretty distracting, so let's change those to these colors. There we go. I think this works. I'm mostly happy with it. Yeah, the only other thing I could see maybe doing is like changing the color of these leaves or something to make them darker. But I don't know what color I would really change those to, and I think that's too dark. So I think it'll be fine. Unless I kind of like selectively darken them, like... I don't know. Probably okay. So let's outline it, I think. I do notice this plant has some little like roots at the bottom. Kind of where it interfaces into the ground. So we could throw that in. Let's go ahead and merge these layers now. Alright, outlining time. And this also helps us define all the shapes of everything too. This outline might take a minute because it's got a lot of surface area. And like gaps like these, I think I'm going to want to mostly fill in. That kind of gap is okay, but if I think there's anything smaller than that, I just want to full fill like that. Like that one I'm not sure about. That one I fulfill. So do I do with that one? That one's fine, I guess. That one's a fulfill. That one is for sure. Then we're gonna go back through and change the color of the outlines on these, and then also probably, what's the word? Do some like anti-aliasing on the edges of the leaves. Let's do that. I'll leave that guy there. All right. Almost there. I think some of this Shovel Knight music might be a little too insane. Might have to remove some of them. Yeah, I need to go through and just like mark all the ones that are too loud and obnoxious. Hey, Woolbed, welcome in. How's it going? How are you doing? Sequel V3D of Shovel Knight? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, almost there. I think. Yeah. So what is this one called? Red Temple? Yeah. It's looking great. Thank you very much. Yeah. Just getting there. Just gotta do the outlines and stuff. Yeah, we'll do this in like one more plant and then yeah, we'll see where we want to go from there. This music is too crazy. I do appreciate Ace's suggestion for it, but it's like chill and all of a sudden you get some wacky pirate song and it's like, whoa, what is going on? Yeah. Yeah, I think we'll probably go through some of these. I think all of them have the word Shovel Knight in them, so here, let's go ahead and pause our. Let's go through some of these songs and decide to keep or get rid of. Oh my god, that's loud. It's just too crazy. I don't know. Watch me dance. That was the one that we just had. I'm gonna make a new folder here called Too Crazy. And we'll move some of these around. I think most of these are gonna go to the Too Crazy folder. Have I added the achievement system yet? Not yet, but we will be working on that really soon. Maybe today. We'll see. But yeah. Is there any in here that aren't too crazy? Way too crazy. That one's like not as bad. That one's okay. Way too crazy. I think we're just gonna remove the Shovel Knight music. It's a lot, you know, when you're chilling and then you get hit with some boss music and it's like, oh my god. Because I don't know if any of these are fitting the vibe. Let's move them all out. All right. They shouldn't play anymore. Let's restart the overlay. Okay. Yeah, we'll see how this goes now. Suspicious behavior. All right, so now we're gonna go through and do the outlines. This one. So for all the red leaves, I'm gonna do like a blue outline. Also, this should be like this. Oops. Also, theoretically, that should also be under shadow. Okay. And we'll probably identify some errors doing this too. Like, see, now I don't think this green stuff here works very well for these. So I might just delete those, yeah. When you first started developing Starground, was the first thought going into it? What do you feel you learned that was valuable you could share with aspiring devs? Yeah. Now looking back and I'm thinking of feedback, both positive and negative. Yeah, how do I feel about it? I think it was definitely a very good learning opportunity, right? By far is the biggest thing. Like, I think that's a thing that I always get out of most projects is like, it might not, even if it's like financially not ultra successful or anything, like it's still a chance for me to reflect back on the experience making the project and realizing how I could have done it better. And there's a lot of things I learned about that with Starground. Loads of stuff, you know, just like wait, what happened with this color here? I don't think it's supposed to be bright like that. But yeah, for example, like programming, I learned a lot more about how Godot works and just better ways to do the things that I did. So it was really nice being able to take all that into, oh, I know what happened here. Shoot. I realized when I got rid of the green, I messed those ones up. We're gonna undo some things. Sorry, my brain is scattered, but I think also another huge thing too is like, I think most developers reach this spot where they start telling themselves that the execution is all that really matters of an idea, right? Where it's like, you can make any game as long as you just execute it really well. And obviously execution is very important, but I really think it's so crucial to hone the concept for your game down a lot better. Because with Starground, one issue that this game has always been plagued by is that it has a very difficult to explain like genre and value proposition, because I always have to be like, oh, it's like a automation game where you can go into dungeons and it's like a sandbox. It's really like messy. Something like Lurden is so much easier to explain because I can just be like, it's a game where you run your own aquarium, and that's all I have to say, and then everybody instantly knows what the game is about. So that's one of the big things that I really took away from Starground, was like the concept of the game does really matter a lot, because you don't want to waste all your time on something that you can't really market to people. So that's a big thing, is like focusing on the fantasy, like what's the fantasy that your game lets players have. So Lurden, it's very easy. It lets you run your own aquarium. You get to be an aquarium manager, right? So you get to take care of your fish and buy tanks and upgrades and decorate your shops. That's the fantasy. So it's very easy. It's hard to say what the fantasy is in Starground, honestly. I mean, part of it's like, it's cool to build a factory and get resources and become powerful. But like, that's a very generic fantasy. I don't think there's a billion other games that let you do that better. So that was the big problem there for sure. Yeah, just some other things. Don't worry about like, it's always a thing that you have to train yourself to withstand and deal with, but definitely like get your game out there early and start talking about it super early, like well before the game's even playable, you know? I think the best time to start advertising and marketing your game is after you have a Steam page up. But before you have anything like playable, like a play test or demo or anything, that's always really important. So yeah, that's a huge thing. Also, play testing is super, super important, because developers are very bad at knowing how to balance their games. And it's not because developers are bad at games or anything, but it's because you become extremely biased. Like, for example, if you add in a mechanic, like as a developer, you're like, oh yeah, I don't need a tutorial, right? Because you created the mechanic and you know how everything works. So there's no like reason. But then you watch a new person play the game and it's super obvious that like, oh yeah, a tutorial is like 100% necessary. So there's a lot of things that you begin to discover by letting other people play your game. And I think that's super, super important. I don't think there's ever going to be a game I ever make now that I don't play test, because it's probably the most important thing that you can do. Sharing all this? Oh yeah, no worries. Similar to when you create a level in a game too, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of similarities with a bunch of things, honestly. But yeah, play testing, very, very huge, important thing. What other things have I learned? Yeah, and just scope creep, I think, is a big problem with this game. It started off being nice because it wasn't scope creeping, but as time went on, I just kept adding in new mechanics and more and more and more things, and then I realized, like, oh, this game is so big now that there's no way for me to, like, really fix it anymore. So, yeah. It's best to build things up vertical, for sure. And it's fine to expand horizontally, but only if you know you have the bandwidth to build them. Yeah, I do have a very early version of Starground here somewhere. I think it's in here. I keep all of the builds I've ever made of every game, so I have like the first version in here. I have all these Steam versions, but the first version I think was this one. Now I had a funny thing where it showed my public IP, so I'm gonna just temporarily hide my screen in case it does that. Let's see. I'm gonna launch it. It looks like I'm safe. Yeah, there's gonna be a pretty insane difference between the modern version. I don't know why it's taking so long to... Oh. Oh yeah, I don't even think this one had anything. Hold on. Let me get the first version that actually had, like, graphics. It's hard to believe that this is the same game. But you're about to see, it's pretty insane. Alright, so here's Starground. This is one of the earliest builds I have of the game. So you can see there's a little bit of a difference between these two. But yeah, this was a multiplayer test. I was checking to see if I could do like bouncing objects or whatever, right, in multiplayer. And that's literally all this is. This is seeing, can I make people connect to each other? It's pretty insane. But the first one that actually has like real assets and stuff, I think, is one of these. It's like, might be version 4. I think this one has like a player character and trees and stuff. Let me see. Yeah, this is the one that exposes my public IP. Okay. Gotta wait for the security thing to go. Hold on. Okay. Here it is, guys. This is Starground. So you can see some of the early bones are there, but it's pretty bad. There was no mining tool or anything. The difference between these two is pretty big. Yeah, you can, I think you can break trees by pressing E. And it does drop wood, you can see it there. But I can't like outrun the wood. Is it I for inventory? I don't think you can even open your inventory. It is crazy though, that wood texture has stayed the same from the very beginning. I've never changed the wood. The sprite 32 by 32 or 16 by 16. This is 16 by 16 for the sprite. But yeah, you can bounce the ball around, and this is now in the game. I re-added it back into the game. Beach ball is just a physics test again. I want to see if I could do multiplayer physics. It's funny because it just leaves the world and then it's gone now. I can collect some wood. There's no sounds or anything. Yeah, this is very early days. It's pretty crazy. Om nom nom, mine every tree. I can't collect that item because it's outside of the world. But yeah, that's started on, and now it's a little bit beyond that, I would say, in a couple ways. It may actually have gameplay mechanics and stuff. But yeah, I think it's really important to remember that every single project that you ever see online started as a nothing burger, right? Started as just some crap. Really, that's what it is. So I think that's always really important to remember as a developer. Don't worry about what your game currently looks like, because, you know, it takes time. You know, it's taken like 2 years for Starground to get to this point, so it's pretty normal for things to start off very horrible. Even a lot of these screenshots in here are outdated, like I added stuff since this one. But yeah. Anyways. How do you create your sounds? Yeah, usually what I do is I use free sound. And I find sounds that I like, and then I modify them a lot. I always start by CC0, so I don't have to worry about licensing, because that's basically public domain. But I just like look for a sound that I like a footstep or something, and then I load this into Audacity and tweak it and change the frequencies and cut it up and combine it with other sounds and stuff like that. That's a big thing that I'm always doing. This is a really nice resource, just because it sometimes is really hard to record the sounds that you need to make certain sounds, right? If that makes sense. So I could like be super strict and like say I'm only gonna record my own sounds, but honestly I think it just makes for much higher quality sounds finding professional audio clips like this and merging them and tweaking them that way. So I just don't have the equipment to do it, you know. I'd need to get like a fancy microphone that can record, that I can bring on the go and stuff, and it's a whole thing. Nofnix, welcome in. Day going? It's going good. Yeah, we're just talking about game dev stuff and working on some new decorations. What do I think about Unity? I think Unity is fine. I was using Unity before I started using Godot. I don't like some of the things that Unity does as a company, you know? I don't like their whole runtime fee thing that they got set up. I just think stuff like that is a really silly thing to do, in my opinion. So that's one thing where I'd say, like, I don't like Unity for. And there's a couple other reasons I swapped away from Unity too. One of the big ones was just how long it took for Unity to, like, open and run the game. That to me was always like a really big bottleneck for development. So I kind of ditched it for that. But it's a very capable engine. There's been a billion profitable games people have made in that engine, so it's by no means a bad engine whatsoever. But yeah. I think really the only thing that matters is if you're having a good time using your tools, then that's it, right? That's all that you should ever really care about. I wouldn't listen to anybody that says, oh, you shouldn't use Unity. Don't use that. You have to use this engine instead, because every engine has its pros and cons, so. Let's want to do this, do that there. I'm just going through and doing some outlines now. That's good there. That one's good. Those are all mostly fine, a little dark. Let's fill those guys in. Yeah, I think I'll make all these outlines a little darker, like these. It's actually a great question, to be honest. I don't understand how builds work on Godot. Is it just saving the project multiple times with different names? Nah, so in Godot, there's a menu for you to export a build. So if you go into Godot here, like Lured In, you just go to Project, Export, and then put in your version here and stuff. And then this just saves it as an exe and a PCK for Windows. For Linux, it saves it as a different file format. But yeah, it's really easy to export builds in Godot. There's not really any secret to it. Let's see. Yeah, same issue I have with VS Code, etc. It's the fact that it loads so slow. Yeah, I really value my speed when it comes to like working on stuff. Honestly, I just get so much more done when I have like a really fast performing program to use, so that's what I've really liked about Godot. Okay, I think I've gotten most of this stuff in here now. There's only like a couple areas where I need to go through and fix. Like that one's fine there. As he gets into the brighter stuff, that's okay. Okay, next step on these brighter leaves, I want these to have an even brighter outline. And there's not that many of them. And then we're gonna go through and anti-alias a little bit. Just kind of go through some of these leaves and in the corners and stuff, fill it in with darker colors to kind of smooth them out. And that should help everything look nicer. I'm not sure what color to use here, since I might like swap this green color out with a different color. Like that. So I can anti-alias. But then it changes the stock, I think. Or that's actually not the real stock. Yeah, I think I'll probably do that. I might just swap it out to that color then. Now what we can do is go through here and fix all these issues. Let's see, Mac Unity is pretty fast. Yeah, Unity guy's doing some serious things lately. Yeah, it's a little annoying. So they're asking money after you hit. Yeah, see, that's a nice thing about Godot is it's open source, so there's you never have to pay anything to Godot to use it, which is very nice. One of the big reasons I use Godot. For sure. Also, it being open source means like things get fixed a lot, right? Because somebody, like if there's an issue with the engine, somebody somewhere will come along and fix it, you know? Because there's just a lot of like potential for people to just fix things on their own. You can't really do that with Unity, right? You're just completely at the mercy of the Unity developers if they fix something or not. So yeah, that's always been a really nice thing, Godot. For sure. But you can't edit the build? No, if you want to do like, what I would definitely recommend you do is GitHub, do version control. I would do some research into how all that works, but that is definitely the most important thing in terms of, yeah, keeping your project and having versions of your project and stuff. Can add an Easter egg and Lured In of you talking with underwater sound effects. Yeah, maybe we'll see. Yeah, I would like to add in some more Easter eggs. We got a couple, some from Starground and stuff. Let's see here. I think we want to do. Oh no, I can't do that color. Oh yeah, I guess now that I've changed that color, I want to go through and change it back. Like this. Just like an anti-alias. Okay. Alright, we're almost there, guys. Just a couple things I want to fix. Like this one, I think this one should be in darkness. Because it's kind of like overlapping the other one. Alright, I think that's like mostly good there. I'll just check if there's any anti-aliasing to be done on the red leaves. I'm sure there's a little bit. Like there, it's not as much that needs done though. Yeah, I think we're good. So yeah, we'll go ahead and just save this now and see how it goes. So we'll call this decoration something temple. I already forgot the name. If I find Nemo, I'll be happy. Let's go. I do want to add in clownfish as soon as we do our coral reef zone. Okay, it's called Scarlet Temple. I'm gonna call it a plant because, well, do I call the others plants? I don't think so. Like, I think that one is called Super Red. Yeah, so I'm just gonna call it Scarlet Temple. Boom. Let's go add it into the game now. We'll be inside a pot. My liquid growing through the floor. We'll see. I'm probably not gonna put it inside of a pot. It's going to... I can change the bottom of it if we need to. Let's see, decorations table. And I'm just gonna copy like the super red or something. I'm gonna make this a more expensive decoration. I want to have like decorations at each tier so it feels like you're kind of like, you know, oh, I can do this cool decoration now. Call this guy Scarlet Temple. Scarlet Temple PNG. Now for the offset, I think it should be about the same as what the kelp was, which is -38. Do we have a diver's helmet? We do have a like a little diving action figure guy, but yeah, it'd be cool to do one of those. Now for the description of this guy, Scarlet Temple. Oh, you thought it was an aquarium decoration? Yeah, yeah, or yeah, like a building decoration. Yeah, no, it's for the tank. That makes sense. I do want to do more for the building. I'll have to think about what to do for that. Clownfish love to hide in coral, so I'm guessing they'll behave that way. I'll try. It would be a cool behavior to do. So hopefully that's something I can set up. What would I do as a description for this guy? It's like a gradient, you know? From green to red. Is gradient used as another meaning? You know? Gradient meaning. Measure of steepness. No, there's no other meaning for the word gradient, is there? I don't know why they call it Scarlet Temple. It's kind of interesting. Decorations or descriptions are hard to come up with. Never know what to put down. I'll just say like, quite a beautiful gradient. Blend, yeah. That'll be fine. It's not funny, but whatever. Okay, let's go see what it looks like now. Hopefully it actually looks good. That would suck if it doesn't look good. It'll be a little bit shorter than the kelp, I think. My tanks are always getting dirty in here, bro. You know, it's funny, I didn't actually give these other plants an outline. Well, I guess this one gets one. Yeah, I think it's nice. I guess I didn't give the other ones an outline just because they're like background decoration. I didn't want them to be too distracting. I do wonder what these would look like without an outline. It might look a little barren though. I don't know. I think it's probably okay. Ugh. Okay. I mean, it's not like the outline is super dark, so I think it's okay. Yeah, that might be something I have to kind of remember in the future. Was the UI hard to make? Just like asset-wise and stuff? Yeah, okay, design in terms of placing it. There's definitely a lot of like decisions that go into determining UI stuff. So it is tricky in that sense. Like you have to make sure it works with a bunch of things, right? Like controller support is always a challenge when it comes to designing your UIs. You have to make sure there's not like things that's going to get broken on controller, right? So for example, just even this scroll menu, I have to like set up the scrolling properly so the full thing is visible when you scroll and all that kind of stuff. So it's a little complicated in that sense. Yeah, it can be hard. I think it's easy to make a simple UI, but it's really hard to make a good looking one, you know. But I have to set up all these nodes, and a big part of working on Lured In and the time I've put into it is just UI. So it would be cool if every region had a decoration tied to it, maybe through achievement. Yeah, that definitely would be neat. When we get to the achievement stuff, I want things to be tied to that system, right? So like maybe if you catch over 100 fish in the jungle or something, you unlock a special decoration or cosmetic. Would be really cool. Love the Hotline Miami OST. Oh yeah, it's pretty epic. Yeah, that's what I noticed. The UI nodes, so many. Yeah. I definitely wouldn't do UI at the very end. I think it's very important to kind of build that up along with the project. There are a lot of nodes in here and stuff for the UI, but I really wouldn't worry about it. Most of these nodes I'm not doing any custom code for or anything. Like, it's just there to organize everything. And once you build like one menu, it's not that bad because you just duplicate the menu for another one. And that's like literally all I ever do now is I just duplicate a previous menu, right? So for example, when I made the Fishpedia area in here, I'm pretty sure I just duplicated a lot of this stuff from other menus. That's not too bad. Yeah, I think it's good to get started on that stuff early, in my opinion. So, yeah. You don't want to wait too long. Excuse me. Looks pretty epic in there. Yeah, I do definitely need some more blue. Do you have to hide the UI when launching, or do you just keep it visible in Godot? I just have so the way I do all the UI inside of Lured In, it's a way I recommend everybody do it, is make all of these menus a unified class, right? So I have some code in here to control all the menus. So for example, on Ready, it sets their visibility to false. So all the menus start off being invisible, right? And then I have some functions to just easily open the menus and close them. So like toggle on and toggle off, you know, and stuff like that. So I highly recommend doing that. I made that decision with Lured In, and I'm very glad that I did, because it makes it very easy to control the menu behavior. Because there's a lot that goes into it that you don't think about. Like, what if I click on the inventory button and then click on the shop button? You have to be ready to swap between menus that way, you know. The way I did it, this is a class, so all of the menus in the game are inherited or are extended from the class I define as menu. So you can make your own classes. You just say class name menu extends control node, and then whenever I make a new menu, it extends from that class. So I go over here to tank menu, and you can see at the top, extends menu. So now I'm basically defining my own custom node type. That way I can run all the code really easily, like all this setup, instead of copying and pasting it for every single menu, you just have it all in one place, right? And then inside of a menu that inherits from it, like in Ready, what I do is I call super, and that essentially is calling its like parent function. So super here is running this Ready event inside of the menu class, and that's basically what's going on there. But yeah, it's a very good way to do it, so I think it's worked well for Lured In. Yeah, it definitely makes it very easy to add in new menus and stuff. You know, something that you mentioned, Woolbed, I think, was having the icons for the regions here on the travel menu. I definitely wouldn't be opposed to that. Let's do that. I think it's in the region panel. So we've got the name there. Then next to it, we could have not a rich text label. Whoopsies. Texture rect. Then we can just load in example one here. Right, don't do this. Keep aspect centered. So now we can see icons there. That's not quite what I want to do though. I might make it so the icons just show up. I don't know where I want the icons to show up. I'm thinking about that right now. Where would be the best location for these icons? Because I could see putting them over here. I could add them right next to the names, you know, just off to the left over here. Would you like kind of what I do inside of the Fishpedia, where it's just directly to the right of them? That's another option. Or just have it like here, next to the travel button. I can maybe do that instead. And then I want this to have a minimum size, so let's do that. Oops, I added it as a child with the name node. Do like 64. That might be too much. 48 is probably pretty adequate. I think that'll work. Another suggestion for plant. I can look that one up. Aaron goes. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be doing non-aquatic plants. I think all the plants I'm going to do actually will live underwater. Unless I do like plastic plants, I'll have to think about what I want to do with that. But yeah. Seems like a neat plant. So yeah, it just shows the icon over there now. I think that works. Yeah. And then we'll swap it out. So let's go into the region panel. And now on ready, we're going to call this region icon. Texture is equal to region data dot, I think it's icon. We'll see. And I probably have to get out of the game for that to work. It is not called that. Oh, it's because I have to restart the game. It doesn't know that that node exists. Do that. When you're making your UI buttons in your art program, what do you start with? It just kind of builds up over time. I think the first thing I started working on was I literally just used the default like UI stuff just to get the general like layout of everything. And then I would start going through and like, I think I did the buttons first. For those, I just thought about like, there's not really any like particular rule I have or anything when it comes to that stuff. But I just kind of was like, all right, I'm going to make a 9 slice patch. So for example, what I did for the button is I made like a little like 8x8 pixel square. So I have the outline out here, right, of the button. And you have to remember that this like gets stretched out, right? Because it's a 9 slice. So then I fill it in with the border here. Another outline. And then the inside of the button, I did like brown like this. So this is how I do it. And I think I did this on the corners. So that's what my texture for the button looks like. So like you'll have these borders on the outside that stay the same, but then the inside is the thing that gets stretched out. So you can see on the button, it goes, and yeah. So that way I can have any shape or size of button without worrying about redrawing the texture every time. So yeah, 9, I think in Godot it's called 9 patch rectangle or something, but yeah, 9 slicing. I don't have the jungle icon, so we need to draw that for this to work. But yeah, we need to do that anyways, because it'll show inside of here, right? But yeah, I think this could work for these icons. I think I want to change this over here so that when you don't have the weather thing unlocked, it doesn't show just a nothing, like it shows like a little question mark cloud icon, so it's like weather unknown. I'll probably do that. Okay, let's go in here and do icons. Also, let's keep our changelog up to date. Added the Scarlet Temple plant decoration. Added region icons to the travel menu. All right, so let's go get the icon for, I don't know what region, maybe the river, and we'll kind of modify. Well, it doesn't really matter. I'm gonna redo it. Okay, so one feature I want to highlight here is the waterfall, right? Like that. So let's go back to water bucket. And it's just kind of got like that for the river. Yeah, this could look nice, and I might like kind of perspective shift it a little bit. Right, so it looks like it's kind of gets like smaller this way, like I do with some of the other ones. So then here at the base of the river, I'd like make it really big. Yeah, I think that'll work. Oh yeah, you're right, it does have doubles, thank you. Okay, then for the color on the river, I'm not sure what I want to do for the water. The water here is sort of more of a green vibe, right? Like if I load up the game, it's like a teal. So I might do something sort of like that. So this will have like the little white foam particles in here. So it is still pretty blue though. I mean, at least compared to the other regions, it's more green, but we'll just do this color then. Yeah, it's hard to think about how I want to do the look of the water. I think that's fine there. Then we'll have some like shock waves coming out from here, you know. That'll work there. Okay. And then we got the rock wall here for the waterfall. And then at the top, it's normal again. Like that. And we'll just kind of do like a dark green, I think, instead of brown. Probably have some rocks in here, you know. That works there. Could have our little dirt path, I don't know. Why not? And then we just need all the trees and the shrubbery and stuff. And we're basically done. Now the only thing I didn't like include the sky on that one. Normally if you look at a lot of these other regions, they have like the pond is the sky. I mean, it doesn't matter. The river doesn't have it. I think it's fine to not include it. All right, so trees. Let's draw those guys. Just draw some leaves and stuff up here. Probably change the color on those, I'm sure. Okay. Change the color there. Maybe sprinkle in a little bit of decoration here. Yeah, that'll do. And then also shadows, I always think look nice, so let's do that. Oops. Huh. Didn't realize I wasn't selecting. On a different layer? Oh, I am, that's why. Do you want the icons to change in some way if you don't have a region unlocked? It's a good question. I don't know. I could like replace them with like a generic question mark icon if the region isn't unlocked, which is always an option. So I might do something like that. But also there's like a couple of rocks and stuff in the water. I don't know how I feel about rocks. I kind of like them actually. Yeah, I think this looks pretty good. I might just do a couple more things. Oh god, what have I done? Just swapped my colors around. Alright, there's like all the vines and stuff, or the like little things coming off from the trees. Like that. Might add like a little more sticks and debris to the ground. I'll just draw some shrubs or whatever up there. Okay, I think that's at a good spot then. Sure wish I started watching when you were first working on Lurden at day one. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I didn't stream a lot of Lurden stuff until I had it at a much more complete spot, so it's definitely there's a lot of things I just didn't do on stream. The same mistake when I discovered you too late in Starground. It's all good though. I mean, I'm always happy to go over like code and stuff I figured out for the game if you want, so. Okay, and then let's just go through and do like, I keep forgetting it's on the same layer, or a different layer. That for that color there. And I might do just a little bit of blue for the water up there. Same down here. I think that's good enough. All right. Icon jungle. So far to guess that your next game may be something similar to Animal Crossing or Stardew. It's hard to say. I don't know if I'll do that. I think the next game's probably going to be Deadlift, which is actually like a PS2 styled horror game. So it's going to be quite different. There's a game that visually looks kind of similar, Kletka. I think it's going to be something along these lines. It's not a friend slop game though. But just visually, right? So that's the plan. Yeah, can you go over how it started slightly? It's hard to say because like really things, the way I work, it's not like this very linear path where I like work on this thing until it's completely complete and then move on to the next thing. I'm pretty like kind of scatterbrained. Like literally right now we were working on decorations and I just randomly moved over to icons for no reason. But I think the way it's actually started, funny enough, is I implemented a whole bunch of mechanics that I then subsequently removed. So initially you were like a player that could walk around and you could walk with WASD, right, and explore. But I just didn't like, I knew that doing that, it was going to become a different kind of game. So I removed all the walking mechanics because I just really wanted to focus on the aquarium stuff, and I think it's probably better that I did that. Maybe one day I'll add it back in for fun. If people really want to walk around and explore and fish, but it's going to be later on, I think. Yeah, some of the first stuff I started doing was just like, you really had to take it step by step. And I think that's one of the most important parts about programming is like, you have to break all of the things up into tiny little chunks because it's impossible to handle all of it in your brain at once. So I think one of the first things I started with was just the ability to go between regions, you know? So I set up like a region system. So what I do for that is I have this table that we're in right now. This is called the regions table. So I keep everything in the game data driven. So I don't like hard code this stuff in. It's just in this all the information about this region and the spawn rates and everything is just in a big dictionary. So all the info about the pond is here. This is the pond. And then all I do in the game is I just like read all this data and just set everything up with this data here. So I think that's a good way to do things, to program things, keep everything data driven. You can do it with resources. I do it with dictionaries, but there's other ways to do it. Yeah, that was one of the first things. I just have some code. If you go into here, this is I think it's just called change region. So all I really do in here is I just like start this fade method, which does the little fade transition thing. And then when I switch, so every region has an ID assigned to itself. So I can say, change my current region ID to the new one, and I change the current scene, change scene to the packed scene that I define inside of that region. So if you go in the regions table, you can see the world for the pond or whatever is region pond, right? So you go to the pond there. And then if you look at something like the aquarium, there it's the aquarium scene. So those are just the scenes I have set up for the different like places you can go to. But yeah, that's just some of it. It's hard, you know, and it depends on so much. For every single game, it's the process or what you work on and focus on is always a little bit different. Like for Lurden, it makes sense to work on things like that, since that's the whole like core of the game is traveling between these areas, right? But if you're making like a platformer game or something, the first thing I would probably focus on is character movement, you know, and all those kinds of mechanics. Just whatever your most important mechanic is. But yeah. Game development is kind of like a messy process, you know? You can create plans, and having plans and visions for your game is very important. It's a great idea. But at a certain point, it is a lot of like learning as you go on, right? If that makes sense. Kind of like formulating your plan on the fly. And that's a lot of Lurden has sort of been like that, where I'm like, oh, I should add this, or I kind of need this now and this. So yeah, it's not like this super linear path I took, really. Hopefully that's helpful. Yeah, and any advice on organizing code? I think anything that you use more than once should become a function. That's absolutely important. Use functions as much as you can, I think, because it's really helpful and it saves you a lot of time developing. Some other organization things I would say is just have a consistent naming scheme. It's easier than to remember what your variables are called and stuff. And definitely utilize scene inheritance, like class inheritance, right? That really helps save a lot of programming time too, because you can reuse code for the same objects. And yeah, those are some of the big things I would say for sure. I wouldn't mess with inherited scenes. I think inherited scenes in Godot are a little messy. There's only one place where I do an inherited scene, and that's for these NPCs. But otherwise, everything else is a not inherited scene. Inherited scripts are good though, so definitely use those. Sure wish your hydrate only cost 100 because I can't afford 300. That's so good, I'll hydrate right now. And the number is 150. The rarity chance of catching those fish? Yes, they are. So the way these work is it's a weighted catch system. So the way the game calculates this is it adds all these numbers together. So let's talk about the pond, right? So we say 100 plus 100 plus 100 plus 50 plus 10 plus 1. So there's a total value of 361 here. And then essentially you just say, if this value is 1, then the chance of getting this fish is 1 out of 361. So that's a very small chance. So you have a 0.2% chance to catch the pupfish whenever you catch a fish. So it's very, very low. That's why it's hard to find those guys. Yeah, the code I use for this, I can show you that function. It's not too complicated. I think it's choose weighted. So what I do is I just pass in that big array of things. So first off, you calculate the sum. You just go through all those values that I just showed you and you get the total, right? So you get 361. Then you generate a random value between 0 and your maximum value, right? And then what you do is you keep looping through the list, and the first one that you hit that's less than the value that you calculated, you return. So like, let's say that I got the value that was calculated was 10, right? Because I picked a random value between 0 and my maximum. So I got 10. So let's say the first one we loop through is this guy. Boom. It's less than 100, so he gets chosen, right? And that's how it works. Now let's say I rolled something less than that, right? Let's say I rolled 20 or something. Then that means I'm gonna catch a carp, I believe, or koi. But yeah, that's essentially the way it works. It's pretty straightforward. You just keep like decreasing these values until you find a value that's less than a chosen one in the list. Yeah, you can just copy this function if you guys want. All you do is you just pass in this array of all the values, and you have to have these integers, or it could be a float, in the first index, and that's what you do here. So this will, you pass in an array, then it returns one of these elements, right? Just one of these in the list. And that's how you can randomly pick what fish to get. Let's see, Soviet Surgeon, welcome in. I just saw your video on demos and saw your live, so want to pop in? Awesome. Well, welcome in. Yeah, we're just talking about Lurd-in, working on some stuff today. Try to learn a lot from you. Well, thank you very much. Always glad. Yeah, if I can be helpful, it's always a great thing. It's funny to be honest, because someone made a game once where the rarity was set like this. There was a number that would keep, rolling numbers from 1 to 100, and after each catch, the number changes until it hits the number that's assigned to the fish. Yeah, that's kind of an inefficient way to calculate it, because it means that there could be some times where you roll that random number, and it might roll like 1,000 times before you actually choose a fish. The great way about this method is that it's still completely random, but the maximum number of times this loop ever has to go is just the size of the array. So we call that an O of n time complexity. This is linearly scales. Do your numbers go higher than 100 for any fish? Honestly, the numbers are arbitrary, so it doesn't matter what I set these to. Like if I wanted to, I could add a 0 to all these, but it would do the exact same thing, right? If I did that, because it's the numbers themselves don't matter. It's like the ratios between them, right? So it's the fact that 100 is 100 times more common than this 1 here. So yeah, I don't know if I even go above 100 because it just doesn't matter. 100 is the highest I've done. I mean, I can put in any number I want. I could put in that number, but then like every single time it's going to be a goldfish. But yeah, the numbers are arbitrary. Okay, so yeah, now all these regions show up in here, little icons. I like how those look. Yeah, it's funny because the lake is like definitely an oddball in here now. Right. Oh, just because all the others are like formatted like a circle, so it's a little funny. Yeah, I might do that because now it feels a little strange having just the lake be different. So I think we could do that. I'll probably just put it into a circle and then we're basically done. So let's just copy this guy. And I'm just gonna go through and empty all this out in here. Okay. Then there's the lake. Yeah, I'll probably reshape it a tiny bit, you know. I think maybe round it off on this side or something. Maybe not even though, actually, now that I think about it. So this one, I'm just going to select all this stuff. Delete it from there. Then anything outside of it too. Like that. So now the lake is contained. And I'll also get rid of these outline pixels here. Those ones and those ones. And those ones and those ones. And I might draw in a couple more trees now too. Just because it'll fit the vibe. I might draw in some that are like darker in the background, possibly. Alright, something kind of like that. Maybe like one more down here now. Maybe one here. That's basically it. Then now we're going to fill in the background grass. Just like, oops. That. Merge it down. Merge all this stuff now. I should also work on adding the question mark to the icons. Yeah, I will do that. I'll make like just a circle here with just a question mark in the middle. Just a generic like work. Now, what color do I want to do for the shadow here? I guess like this. Yeah, sure, we'll do that. And I'll probably filter out a couple of these in here. Some of these I might actually do like a little bit of shadow on the water. Right? Like there. Maybe a touch over there. And there. Okay, otherwise I guess this is mostly fine. Fix these. Does feel a little open over here. Just fill that with some green blob. All right, icon lake. Save it. Okay. Now we go into, or it should all just be ready to go now. Yeah, there it is. I do need to fix like these icons blending in with the background, and there are ways that I can do that. I could potentially give them like an outline or a shadow. I would like to do a shadow. I just don't know, I guess, sort of the way I want to do that. Because we could do this, or I might already have a node that looks like this. So if we go into here, region panel, I can duplicate the icon on here and add it as a child of itself. So then set it to anchors, do full rect. Then set this to a different texture, right? So we got like light, like this guy. And you can see what that looks like. Obviously here it's insane. But we can change a couple things, set the ordering to show behind. Or not do that, but I want to do show behind parent. Then we can set self-modulate to our black color. And this is how we can do a little bit of a shadow. And now we're just going to scale this down. Instead of keep size, let's do this instead. I guess, or yeah, I guess actually we do say keep size and then just change the scale here. Oops. Well, I gotta set the pivot. Keep messing with the scale. So now we have something like that. And that will just add a little bit of a shadow behind it. I might change that sprite though. Instead of doing such an enormous one, we'll do just one that's a little bit larger. Like 128. And I want this one to be mostly just filled up in here. So we'll just do this. We'll generate a circle. I forgot to fill it in. And then now just go up to filters, Gaussian blur. And it does some weird stuff there though. I don't like how this circle is. Hold on. My final question to give you, yeah, rest to answer your questions. That's all good. Can fish die and do we have to remove them? Fish cannot die right now. I might add in the ability for that to happen as just an optional like gameplay setting because some people have wanted that to happen. So yeah, I think that's gonna be the plan. Then also, yeah, you said, can you show a demonstration of blurred in, especially the gameplay, the customers involved? I can do that in just a second here. Okay, so I'm thinking something like this then, the shadow. Just call this circle drop shadow. I need to do more of these little UI shadows to help with readability on some icons, so I'll keep working on that for sure. Okay, so we got that. I can set the scale back to normal now in here, and we can tweak it. Tell us where we want. All right, so now we got something like that. Then reset that. And I can set the modulate on there. I might even shrink it down a little bit more, just like that. It just has to be a very little minor drop shadow to improve that readability. That's using the old texture. Let's reload the game. Oh, the purposes of listening to his commentary on it? Oh yeah, I'll comment on some stuff. All right, so now you can see it's just got a little bit of a shadow behind it. I might darken that shadow a tiny bit or make it like less invisible. Might just keep it fully visible. So that's what that looks like there. And I can increase the size just a little bit. So I might potentially, inside of here, blur it just a little bit more than I did. Just to make it a little softer. And I should be able to go like probably that much before it starts to get weird. That's a little more blurred. Now that it's like that, I'll probably lower the opacity just ever so slightly smaller. I think that's at a pretty good spot. It just adds like a tiny little bit of like, how do I describe it? Like depth, right? And I might even like offset it to the bottom right or bottom left, kind of like that. I think I like how that looks. All right. Text moves so nicely. Oh, you're probably talking about like the wiggle effect. Yeah, I don't have that on right now, actually. Yeah, it's actually just a shader that I applied all the different nodes everywhere, so I think it works pretty well. Let's see. Will there be a twilight region? What's the, what, I guess, would you imagine, what is a twilight region? But yeah, we can, do a little playthrough here, I guess. Like, we can go travel to one of these regions. Just making sure all the depth ordering stuff looks fine. Everything looks good. I might add a tiny little spacer here between these two, just so the button doesn't overlap the icon. But otherwise. Oh yeah, I don't know what kind of commentating you want. But yeah, you can go fish. I do want to add more mini games soon, hopefully. I just need to keep thinking of ideas for them. Fish caught. Yeah, the pond has just got some basic little guys. Minnow, goldfish. What else does the pond have? I'm trying to remember. I think it might have carp, but it's more rare. But yeah, you catch some guys, go into the store, you move these guys into your tanks. All my tanks are dirty. Clean them off. There we go. Yeah, and they're all just chilling in here. I like these new decorations and stuff. I think these will be nice. Big rock. Customer, I made it so you can grab them, throw them around. I don't know why I did that. I thought it was just fun to be able to pick them up and get rid of them, you know, like that. I think it's in case they were like in a way that you didn't want them to be or something, or I don't know. But it's fun either way. You can be like an infinite loop of killing everyone. See if I can we get the right position for it. It works. That's Grandpa. I think the Twilight region would be allowing for some bigger fish, similar to Abyss fish, but it's essentially okay. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to think about that. Still got a lot of ideas for more stuff. I have been thinking about doing just a potential day-night cycle anyways, so... Yeah, I thought about doing cave area too. That would be very neat. I did have it on that pole, I think. So, that's probably going to be one of the next freshwater places we do. I think the pattern's probably going to be next is Coral Reef, and then the cave, and then after that maybe Antarctica or something like that. And I maybe want to ask another question. How does clothes work? So I'm using a shader on these shirts. It's a color swap shader. You can find a bunch of them online. But all it does is it just swaps out the base color for a different color on these. Now, unfortunately, I do have to do new animations for a lot of these things. The shirts have to be like a new animation every single time, because otherwise it just looks a little broken. All the hairdos are just sprites that I slap on top of the head and animate up and down as they walk. But yeah, it's all pretty easy to do. Eventually I also want to add on like accessories, you know, be able to wear like sunglasses or something would be cool. So I'm probably going to get working on that. But yeah, it's nothing too crazy. Just a color swap shader and a couple different like shirts and shorts and variations. And that's basically all I'm really doing there. Grandpa. I did the sprite design for the humans. I appreciate it, yeah. Initially I was going for more of like a realistic look, but I think I like the more cartoony vibe. I think it just fits everything better. It'd be cool if the NPC dying particles appeared when selling decorations. I could potentially do something like that. Yeah, maybe. I'll probably make the delete thing feel a lot better at some point, because right now it doesn't. But yeah, I could see doing that for sure. I'm just gonna finish up the region menu here so that we can be done with that. I think let's go ahead and draw like the question mark weather icon for when you don't have the weather thing unlocked. So I'm just gonna grab one like this. I think this will work well. And I think I'm just gonna like do like this maybe. Where it's just kind of like grayed out with a question mark above it. Like, I don't know where the center is, but that's a terrible question mark. I think the question mark was too big. Hey, Exodrifter, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, man. How's it going? What were you up to today on your stream? I'll put a question mark like right here. Raid message, let's go. I was working on a puzzle game. Awesome. That's sick. Yeah, if you got any links or anything, you're more than welcome to drop them in chat so we can take a look. Yeah, we're just drawing some stuff today. We're just drawing a little question mark icon. This is going to kind of be visible when you can't, or you don't have the research yet for viewing the weather. So that's all this is. I think that'll work just fine. Doesn't have to be anything complicated. So I'll just call this icon weather unknown. Okay, save that. Don't, but I can drop the pitch? Yeah, you're more than welcome to. Then we've got... Okay, so that's actually a rich text label, which is interesting. So up here, I think I check, yeah, if I have weather station there, I set it to 0. Okay. So let's go ahead and do this instead then. I don't need to get weather data, but I will do this then. And instead of getting that path, and instead of the name, I'm just going to set that to say unknown. And then let's go get the weather unknown icon. Copy the path, paste it in. So that should work now when we don't have that research, hopefully. I don't know what's going to happen when I hover over it. I might have to check that. Let's see. If weather hovered. I'm going to get the ID. Okay, so I don't want it to be set to that. I am going to say mouse filter ignore. Because otherwise it's going to actually show the real weather description. I don't want that to happen. Let's go try it out. Let's see, it's a toweling puzzle game or about a marine biologist. Let's go. Succubus going on dates at an aquarium. Every time you complete a puzzle, you get a fish pun. Awesome. Yeah, we've been doing a lot of fish puns for Lured In, actually. All the different fish have descriptions and stuff in here, so it's been pretty fun. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Nice. Yeah, you do run an aquarium in this game. Yeah, we've been working on this. I started this about like the beginning of the year as sort of a side project of, you know, taking a little mini break from Starground. But it's been going really good. You can travel to all these different regions and catch fish. It is also a fishing game. And then you bring fish back into your aquarium and drop them into your tanks to make income. Yeah, this is just a little incremental game I've been working on. Yeah, it's been a while since I came in. Last I saw you were working on an automation game. Yeah, that's Starground. I still am working on that in the background, but I'm not making very much money from that game anymore, so I'm kind of working on other stuff on the side, which is Lured In. Yeah, you can clean your tanks. This one's all clouded up. There we go. Yeah, you can buy different upgrades and research. This is the research tree. We've got a whole ascension tree too. Yeah, it's coming along. The playtest is out right now, so launch is planned for like sometime around July, I think, right now. Yeah. Yeah, the aquarium game is also a side project for me. Yeah, that's funny. It's just so easy to make little cozy aquarium games. Yeah, it's been really fun working on this for sure. It's been a very nice break. That's for sure. Let's see, I need to reset all my research. I know there's a way to do it. Or I have a command for it. What's the command for that again? Reset decorations. Research reset. There we go. So now I don't have that research and it'll show... Oh, I have to update that because... Well, actually, it won't matter. You're never going to undo your research. So if you go in here by default, that's what it looks like. So yeah, I think that's fine. So now it just shows unknown. Before it would just show like a little empty... It would just be empty over there. It wouldn't show anything. I think this feels better. So much juice for only being in development since this year. I appreciate it. Yeah, juice is kind of one of the big things I've really focused on. I think part of it too is just, since it's just a little incremental game, it gives me a lot of like extra time to hone in things like that and make it feel really good. So yeah, it's been really fun working on so far. Yeah, this looks pretty good. We'll add that little separator there so this icon is a little bit to the left of the button so it doesn't overlap. Question, what do you use to make your GIFs for presentation on the Steam page, etc.? Yeah, I can show that off. Actually, those aren't even GIFs, to be honest. Those are videos now. Steam now supports just regular videos instead of GIFs, so it's so much better to do a video. GIFs always look really bad, you know, very low quality. If you look at like the GIFs on Starground, you can see what I mean. Like these have a ton of compression and stuff going on here. You can see all the artifacting and it's super low resolution and stuff. But yeah, they made that change kind of recently, so you can just put full-on videos in here and it's really cool. So yeah, all I did is I just recorded some stuff and just, you know, cropped them and exported them in this aspect ratio and just dropped them in here. It's pretty easy. Do you reuse a lot of code from previous games? It's definitely been helpful having Starground and the previous projects and stuff sort of as like a repository of ways that I've done things before. Like, for example, just like the save system of Lured-In, and like, to be honest, I don't know if there's a whole lot of code I've directly copied or reused, just because I think it's one of those things where I've just come up with so many more ways to make that code better that I've rewritten a lot of it. So I don't know if I've directly copied much, but I've definitely sort of copied the logic and the behaviors though, just because they work. One of these days, I think what would be a really nice thing to have is like creating my own like toolkit of components, you know, so have like just a drag and drop system for saving and loading the game, for example, right? Which would be really easy. So just any game in the future where I need to save the game, it's just ready instantly. I don't have to reprogram anything. Same with like, there's a whole bunch of things you could do that with. Yeah, like maybe like a drag and drop like menu system and stuff like that. It'll be really nice. Kind of random, what software do you use to edit shorts? I use DaVinci Resolve. I was actually just about to edit one. I just recorded the voice clips and then... Let's see. I might sound insane, but my game is... a little preview. But yeah. I need water. Yeah, I've really liked DaVinci Resolve. I think the more I use it, the more I enjoy it. There's also even a way to change the preview box to be a portrait like this for mobile, you know, for shorts, which is really nice. But yeah, these are some of the other shorts I edited. I think this is the last one I did. So yeah, it's pretty nice. I do really enjoy DaVinci Resolve. Usually I just record my whole track. I create the captions for it. I'm actually using this little gizmo to automatically create the captions called auto subs because I don't want to sit there and write all of them manually. Sometimes it makes mistakes, but you can just go in here and fix the captions. So Say, Frost, thank you for the follow. And I just have this random like video I took of the tank background that I just keep copying, that I blurred out, and I use it as like a back plate for everything. So that's what I've been doing there. But yeah, DaVinci's really good for editing, and it's free, unlike stupid Adobe products. Some time ago, I found a tool called Gifski. Yeah. That's nice. But yeah, I think this is looking pretty good now. So it'll just show unknown until you actually have the research, and then as soon as that does happen, boom. Now it shows the actual weather in here, you know? So yeah, I think that's nice. One thing I do need to do, though, I think is it doesn't actually initially update the weather when you first get that research and ready, I think. Well, let's see, does it? Because I call set weather. Oh, no, it does, because research purchased. Now we're good. Yeah, because then it'll call all this stuff again. And set it to the new one. Okay. Never mind. Do you happen to know software for references? I keep references when making my pixel art. Yeah. That's how Frost, yeah. I think there is a way to do that with Krita. Like to paste an image on top. I don't remember how. It's like in Window or something. I know there's a way to do it. Somewhere. Let's see, also I think a white outline on the mystery cloud icon could look nice too. We could. Yeah, let me undo my research again. Yeah, so you're thinking just like a, oh yeah, I have to go back into the game. Just a white outline around it. I could see doing a gray outline. All right, something like this. I don't know, we'll see how that looks. I don't know if it really needs it. And then click in here so it updates. That's what that looks like. I think it could work with a little bit of anti-aliasing. What color do I want to use for that? I guess this gray. That's not really dark enough, though. I don't know what color to use for that. Could use that. I guess I'll use this like blue color. So we can see what that looks like. Yeah, I mean, I guess that works fine. I wonder if it highlights that outer shape too much, though. I don't know. I think I might just keep it. That's what it was before. I might change the color, though, to be darker, because I don't think this is actually pure black. Yeah, I could change it to be this color instead. Boom, like that. Since it is now, yeah, let's see what that looks like. Yeah, I think that works. It's enough contrast. I've looked at self-hostable collab software things, and one included a whiteboard type thing. I don't remember what it was. Never tried it. Yeah. I think the blue-gray was nice. You can change it back. Doesn't really matter. I think either works. Like that. I don't really want this icon to take too much like attention. You know what I mean? Because it is kind of like saying, hey, this like is not unlocked yet, so don't really bother looking over here. You know what I mean? So I don't think we need like crazy contrast on it. I might even potentially lower the brightness of the question mark to that. Just see what that looks like. Because it looks more like it's locked when it's grayed out like that, in my opinion. Yeah, I think that works. Okay. Let's just add a little spacer for the icon there. So we just need a separator. Actually, I've used separators in the past, but we just use a control node, I realized. Set that to ignore. But then now we want it between these two buttons. And literally just that alone is probably enough spacing without even having any like thickness to it. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. But I'll give it just a tiny couple pixels like that. That's pretty nice. All right. And hopefully all this will work in other languages and stuff just fine still. Yeah. Looks like we're good there. All right. Snooze that ad. I have a suggestion for locations. Can you make the border color different for each? Do you mean like the border around this like panel here? Is that what you're talking about? Icons on areas you haven't unlocked also take too much tension. Yeah, we're gonna make those grayed out just like the weather icon now. So we'll do the exact same thing. We're just gonna go to one of these, fill everything in with the blue gray like this, and put a question mark. I might be able to put this exact one. Yeah, might be too small though. Let's see. Thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate it. Oh, big hydrate. Maybe drop that down a pixel. Good enough. So let's call this icon region unknown. Or just locked is good enough. So we'll make that the default icon for all those. So doing the border on those, I think I'm gonna hold off on changing the color there because I actually have an idea for that. And I think I want it so whenever you caught all of the fish in a particular region, there's a game that does this, many of you will know, called Bloons Tower Defense, right? And when you beat a map on all the challenge difficulties, it gives you a black border like these. And what it does is it gives you like this little shiny black border around an area with like little sparkles and stuff. So I think I want to do something like that. So after all the fish have been caught, it kind of like changes the appearance of this just a tiny bit. Like I'll probably do like gold in this case instead of black. And just have like some little sparkles emitting from it, because I think that would be kind of neat. Let's see. So let's go swap out that texture now. So region icon. So we'll go up into here now, which is before I set this. Is there one for unlocked? Set weather. Research purchased. I'm doing this in process, which seems kind of not great. But I have to dynamically lock and unlock the button when your money changes, so it makes sense. Yeah, I should be able to do that for set weather probably. Yeah, we'll just do it in there. So then I want to say if locked, locked will be equal to true there. I might make locked a different thing now, possibly. Let's see. How do I want to do this? I guess I can just check that. So I'll say locked is equal to that. So if locked, else, and do that one. Okay. So if it's locked, I want to set this icon to be our Oops, not that. Region icon locked, like that. So let's go take a look at that now. So when I go back into here, so now you can see that's what it looks like there. Now this is a little quirky. I don't know why it's making that one locked. It's a little weird. Because it will call set weather at the beginning. Oh, that's because it's the pond. So I need to have a check in here to make sure it's not the pond. Yeah. Or just check if it has required research, or we'll do this. Yeah. So say varlocked is false, and then if global dot region data. Yeah. Oh, then I just say this. Region data dot as required research. Or I'll just say get. Default is an empty string dot is empty. So if it's not empty, then go ahead and update locked with the actual true value. So that should no longer be locking the pond, hopefully. Let's try now. There we go. Yeah, I think that works better now. So you get a little bit of a teaser as what's next, but it doesn't like spoil the visuals of it. Let's see, Exodrifter. Yeah, I gotta go. Good luck on the game. Have a wonderful stream. Thank you so much. Yeah, thanks for coming in. I really appreciate it. Have a good rest of your day. Oh, we got ads now. Apologize. You blackboarded last resort today? Oh, let's go. Let's see. Do you have plans to allow us to build rooms? Do you think... do you have this idea where you create the aquariums, we progressed each one? I don't think I'm going to let people build out their own rooms because it's just a lot of work for the scale of what this game is. Yeah, I mean, launch is in July, and that's really not a whole lot of time when it comes to development. So I don't want to open up a big can of worms and add in construction mechanics like that, because I might be able to get it done on time before July. I'm sure I would, but would it be stable before July, and would it feel good before July? And that's something I want to avoid. Like, I don't know if I'll be able to hit that. Maybe one day in the future. It's a possibility, but not right now. I think I will do a big redesign of the whole layout of the aquarium, but yeah. I might also want to look at the skill level 100 border and core keeper. Yeah, I could look at that. Let's see. And I saw you add memes to YouTube Shorts, yeah, as a thumbnail and use them too. I don't actually intentionally set the thumbnail. I'm actually not allowed to set the thumbnail on YouTube. It like doesn't let you. It's just random. It randomly picks one. Yeah, I don't know if it helps or not. It's hard to say. Honestly, I don't think thumbnails really have a big impact on the performance of a short form video. And I think it's mainly to do with the way that those kinds of videos are shown to people, right? Like when you're going through shorts, like I'd say 99.9% of all my views are just through the recommended feed. So you're just like scrolling through and then you see the video. It is there. You don't ever actually see the thumbnail, right? So I don't think it really matters. I don't even bother with the thumbnails that much, to be honest. Hopefully you got all that. I know ads are going on. We'll see. Okay. Oh, that one's funny. It says requires research ocean still for the jungle. Oh yeah, I didn't add in the jungle research yet. Let's go do that. Also gonna put a thing in here, which is like So the weather icons are now unknown. You have the weather station research. Okay. All right, ads are over. Sorry about that. Okay, so what's the next? Oh yeah, next research we got to do. Let's go into the research table and go to the ocean. And we're just going to copy that guy. Doesn't matter where I throw these in because it's all automatic anyways. Jungle, LA Research Ocean. Name jungle. Jungle fishing fishing region. Name jungle. And for the cost of this, I think it's going to be quite a bit more. I don't know if I'll quite go up to that, like maybe 4,000. Because a lot of people said they just have a bunch of extra research anyways. Let's try this out. So now it should show up in here. Yep, jungle. Cool. All right. Let's go add some of these things to my list of keys to translate. I'm gonna move this down. And then let's say unlocks the jungle fishing region. The gradient one or whatever. Such a beautiful gradient or something, I don't know. Yeah, sorry, I did answer, but I realized you were on ads, so. But yeah, the thing is, I don't think thumbnails really matter at all for shorts, because the thing with those videos is like 99.9% of everybody that views them get them in their recommended feed. So you don't ever actually see the thumbnail because the second you swipe down to the next video, it's just instantly playing. So thumbnails really don't matter at all. And also I don't set them even. YouTube doesn't even let you set them. It's just like an automatic thumbnail that's randomly chosen. So it just so happens that it picks like the the specific moments where I have the GIF or whatever, but yeah. Otherwise it just doesn't really matter. Okay, so we got the jungle research in here now. I guess it does kind of expose the spoils the region a little bit inside of the research menu, but it's fine. It'll be okay. You know, instead of unknown, I might just have a little lock icon on this instead, you know? I think that would make more sense in my brain. Because it's not like it's necessarily unknown, like you can see the title there, right? Okay. And then let's just do a lock. I guess that works. Sure. Let's move that up. Oops. There we go. Let's go take a look at that now. Yeah, that's better. Oh, that one I did actually do the little like... Well, I want to keep it in line with the lock I already have in the game. So we're going to do this. Song goes too hard, guys. Right, something like that. Maybe? Nah, I actually don't like that at all. We'll just keep with that one. That'd be fine. Yeah, that works. We're going for the gold lock? Nah, just like a gray one, I think. You can make it like the clicker research, where the next research is hidden before you have the possibility to unlock it. Yeah, I could do something like that. It's something I've thought about before. I was playing a game recently, Cave Crawlers. And it kind of does that with like their skill tree. So it would kind of help prevent or like the spoilage of it, you know? But we'll see. Yeah, just instead of showing the icon, it just shows like a little lock icon or something. I don't know. I'll think about that one. Yeah, like the silhouette of it. Yeah. Like the idea of a bubble that pops when it unlocks. Yeah, I feel it. That could be kind of cool. Maybe. Yeah, as we get closer to launch and the demo and stuff, I'm definitely going to be going through the game more. Kind of doing like a juice pass again, you know? Just working on things like that. All the little minor stuff, so. Maybe some important ones are shown. For example, Ascension. Yeah, it's probably a good idea to choose some like that. Just because that's like one of the first ones you should probably build toward. Ooh, yeah, it's a good idea. Ooh. All right, so what's next? I like the new icons in here. I think those are nice for sure. You can like get a little preview of what the area sort of looks like and stuff, and then feels better with that now over here. I could make it so shows like requires research, weather station. I might. Let's think about how I could do that. Because I have if weather hovered, right? See how we could actually do it, and then instead of doing the description, I just do the requires research description. Let's do it. So then down in here, instead of setting this to ignore, I will keep it at stop. Oopsies. So I'll just comment those out. Sure. Now that should keep that at stop. Like look at mouse, yeah. Let's go try it out. Yeah, so now in here, instead of showing that description, let's go find where I say that. It requires oops. One of these guys. Oh, do I not translate this? What's going on here? Yeah, I don't. I need to fix that one. And same with this one. Oh, but actually that's the decoration panel. There isn't a single decoration that takes a research, so I'm not going to bother doing that one right now. But this one's real. So research data.name, that should be good now. Okay, back to the region panel. I think I forgot to move the Wargore to move the icon to the left. No, I moved it. I added in a little control node spacer, so we're good. I just wanted to move it just enough to where the button doesn't overlap on top of it, so I think we're good now. Will you be adding in more little interactions for the humans? Yeah, they have like balloons or hats. Eventually, I'd like to do stuff like that for sure. It would be neat. It's just one of those things of like, it takes time to add in stuff like that, right? So it's like, do I add in little cosmetic things that don't matter? Or do I add a new fish and research and content, you know? Like, it's always a balancing act between things like that, so. But as we get closer to like the polish phase of the game and stuff near release and the demo time, that's when we can really hone in on the small things like that, so. Yeah, will customers have mood levels? I don't know if I'm gonna go that detailed with it. It's really hard to say. When it comes to things like that, I just have to think about like what actually improves the gaming experience. Like, if I give them moods and stuff, what would that do? And would I implement systems to make it so people can, like, stop that from happening and stuff? You know, it's complicated. So, it's hard to say. Research dot weather station, I believe, is the one. Song slaps too hard, guys. Now let's get our research data. Let's go to global.research table.get li.research.weather station, and we should be good to go. Let's try it out. So now if I hover over this, it should say, yeah, requires research weather station. That actually works pretty well, and it'll even show it down here when I hover over there. Nice. Okay. And it should already be automatically translating and stuff. Cool. Yeah, I just think that'll be a good thing so that you know why you can't see the current weather. Does it work in windowed mode if you change the shape of the window? Yeah, all these UIs are pretty like kind of like set, so these don't really rescale. The other stuff around it does, like the buttons down here, but these UIs just kind of stay in the middle, like that. So yeah, it seems like everything works just fine. Eventually I might add in some more UI window scaling stuff, we'll see, but I don't think anybody's really ever going to play in a window like this. So I'm not really worried about adding like support for that, you know? Probably 99% of people are either going to be in a 16:9 aspect ratio window like this, or they're just going to play in full screen like this. So, and it's all going to be 16:9. So I think it'll be okay. I can tell you from experience that when I was working at an aquarium, there were times when a fish would jump out of the tank and we would have to put it back in. Yeah, that's crazy. Going for a little realism, maybe something similar to this could be implemented as random events. Yo, off the rails, thank for the hydrate. Guess that plays into the dead fish idea we mentioned. Yeah, it's always just like I can add all those things in at some point. I'll have to think about it. I've got more important things, I think, that are like higher priority right now, which is like adding in new regions and types of fish and stuff, because I think those are kind of the big flashy things that people really want to see. And since that's like the meat of the game, I think if we don't have enough of that kind of stuff, I think we might potentially have some complaints by people when the demo comes out and stuff. So that's going to be my focus for now. But definitely that could be fun to do more like realistic fish management stuff at some point. I just have to think about how to make it all feel fair though, right? Because especially with like offline time limits and stuff, it's a little trickier. See, I don't know. Looking forward to feeding the fish with the fish flakes? Yeah. Yeah, you can do that. Oh yeah, I don't have the research anymore. Boom. Yeah, I would like to make it so that these fish will like swarm in when you drop the food, because that would be kind of cool. You know, like fish do in real life. You drop the flakes in and they'll swim around crazy to the food and stuff. So that'd be kind of cool. I am working on, I've got Sunny, which has been, they've been helping with programming. I believe that he's working on some like fish animation stuff, so excited to see what happens there. Oh man, I did not get enough sleep. Big rock. Tiny rock. What's the tiniest decoration? I guess that might be small rock. Oh. You can have like a little pebble on the ground. And flip it if you want. Let's move them there. Let's move them there. Let's delete them. We should work on some more plants. I mean, we can. We're working on good stuff, like the region stuff. I think it looks nice now. I would like to do some also like regular shop decorations in here too. See, we'll bet. Speaking of sleep, I'm gonna head to sleep now. Sounds good. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. Yeah, have a good rest of your night. Yeah, a few more of these in here would definitely be nice. I know some people have also wanted more player cosmetics. Those ones are kind of time consuming to add. Man, I'm really tired. All right, what do we want to do next? What kind of decorations do you see inside of an aquarium? I think we can work on both. Public aquarium. Yeah, fan. Hey, Steven, what's up? Yeah, I want to do the treasure chest for the tanks for sure. It's on my list. Yeah, sometimes fountains. That's definitely true. I mean, these are all focused on the actual water parts. I want to see like the boring parts nobody takes pictures of, you know? Yeah, we could do some kind of like little info panel thing. Oh yeah, fake trees. Railings, yeah. Oh, he's stuck in the rocks. Public aquarium. Wikipedia. What is this? Oh, modern aquariums, yeah. Yeah, it's insane how big modern aquariums can be. That is a huge aquarium. That's insane. Man. Great white shark. That's a pretty awesome aquarium. Statue of Poseidon, yeah. Oh, there's a bookshelf. Interesting. Balloons. Yeah. Maybe like we do have the bench. I could see doing a chair as one. Like one of those little, you know, plastic. Yeah, well, I'm just thinking like the building decorations right now. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of ideas that we could do for the tank ones for sure. More of like the furniture, I guess. There are vents too, yeah. Freshwater aquarium. Fancy goldfish. Anyways, this is not what I'm looking for now. I mean, eventually as we expand out the shop more, there's going to be the building more, there's going to be a lot more room for like larger decorations that we can put down, you know, for like big fountains and stuff like that. So eventually, I wonder if I may have to change. I think what I might do is have some spots in the aquarium that are like large decorations that take up a larger area. Because like, for example, in the center here, like it's just 4 small decorations, but it feels really weird because you wouldn't just randomly put a lamp in the middle of nowhere like that, in the middle of the floor. So what would make a lot more sense is like if we had these like 2x2 decoration spots that you could put down, right? Then we can have like different classes of decoration sizes in here. So like all the tiny guys, and then you can buy like a big one to put in the middle, like a big fountain. So something like that definitely would be nice, I think. There isn't much decor in aquarium. Yeah, there's not really like a lot of stuff going on, really. Mostly probably just plants and things like that, you know. Yeah, the floors and wallpapers I definitely want to do. Prefer you go there for fish? Yeah. If I had a lot of money in my life, I'd own an aquarium, I'd fill it with lamps, yeah. It'd be pretty epic. Yeah, I think we just do, yeah, I think that's part of our limitation, just not having large decoration spots. Big lava lamps, yeah. We could do that. Let's go. Parasols is the one I was at? Oh, yeah. Let's see. So yeah, I'm just reading through everything that we've talked about in here. Yeah, we could do like a standing fan. Let's write out like a little list. I probably have one in here, some ideas I've already put down. Decorations. Yeah, these are some of the things. We did rocks. But now specifically I want to do volcanic rocks. I don't know if I talked about... Yeah. So let's do another tab. Furniture. So a fan, like a standing fan. Large decoration. I'll add some sub ones like fountain. Just things like that. We could do lava lamps. Although with some of those kinds of decorations, I'd have to like animate them, so I'll have to think about how I want to do that. Maybe some kind of chair. More plants, I think is going to be like the big thing, honestly. Yeah, little tables with models on them. I could see doing like a side table with magazines, you know? Something like that. Waiting room vibes. Yeah, we'll see. Okay. Yeah, plushie section. I do want to do that big rebuild of the whole layout that I've shown off before. So once we do that, I think there's going to be a lot more room for more wacky decorations. But at least for now, I'll just do some more generic ones. Yeah, let's just keep burning through stuff. I just want to get a nice little collection of things going on here. So let's do, why not? Let's do a lava lamp. So what's like a comparable decoration size? It'll be thinner than the crate. Maybe like the snake plant, you know? I have to go find the snake plant. I think it's sorted by date, yeah. What's the size on this guy? 36. Let's go up to like 42. Let's go look at big lava lamp. They're pretty simple shape, yeah. Like literally this shape. Yeah, it'd be pretty cool. I mean, you could just do like a cylinder, I guess, but... What is this? This is not real. Okay. Yeah, let's just do this guy. So we just need a bunch of circles, basically. Lump. There's one circle. Do one circle that's 10 across. And let's see, instead of 20, we go 18 across. A little taller maybe than that. No. 18 by 10. All right, so that's gonna go like right there. Maybe even right there. And then we just have another little tiny one at the top. That's sort of for the top of the lamp. This kind of goes out a little bit initially. Then it starts going in like that. Oh yeah, and I need to keep the pixel around the outside for the selection box, don't I? Oh, I don't actually do that with the decorations. Interesting. I'll still do it though. Ripple light projections on the walls and ceilings. Yeah. Seen those around. So this needs to be so this is going to be like inside the lamp, this one. Let's move that up a little more. We'll probably do some kind of shader on this lamp to do the effect. Might have to make this a little thinner. Let's do that. Oops. And then I could actually bring this probably down a little bit. Now I do want this darker area here. It's kind of like the bottom of it. And they kind of like have another ring here that they connect up to, right? Like that. It's tricky. And then it's like bright around here because it's like the top. We'll give that a try. And imagine this will be like shiny. Yeah, sometimes it's hard to do this. Let's see. I think I'll have to do like metallic shading. So like lines and stuff, you know. Think about hydrate. Much appreciated. I know this looks weird now, but don't worry about it. Just gotta keep working out the shape. It is kind of a weird shape. Yeah, I mean, usually this top area isn't as wide as the bottom, so I'm gonna make it a little smaller, I think. And then move these in. And then now the shape here is stupid, so we're gonna modify. It's better. I need a better background on here. Can't see anything. There we go. Let's see. It'll have like the cap on the top. Funny decoration. So over here is going to be the bright spot. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make this look good. It's hard to do this because it's also like in like a top-down shape, right? So it's like trying to make it look connected is really hard. Because it's like, how do I even do that, you know? Like that kind of works there, I guess. Let me just make all this dark over here. This is actually messed up. That doesn't look good at all. Hey, Kankles, welcome in. How's it going? I did that last hydrate, right? Sure. Let's fix this here. See, it's hard because there's like usually like a line here. I could do something like that. I have like a bright spot here, but then that just looks stupid. It all looks stupid. I don't know. Who knew a lava lamp would be the most difficult thing to draw? It's just got a weird shape, you know? Because it's going up at like it's like two cones connecting to each other. But then we're also viewing these two cones from the top down, so it's like... So it should have like a curve in the middle. And it's metallic and shiny, so it's really hard. But I guess this will do. fine, I guess. Not my best work. Anyways, now we're gonna have the area that'll have the stuff going on in here. Right. So something like this. Lava lamp, yeah. We're just adding it as a new decoration. It's kind of fun too, so. And I'll do this as like a weird color. Because I don't know how else I would do the shader on here. Might have to do like a special shader. Yeah. Well, something like this. Let's just do pure green. And then let's do a darker green. Not too far off then, just instantly thought it was a lava lamp, epic. Good to know. Yeah, I mean, I think it works. It's just the lighting is really hard. So how do I want to do this? I might just do this as a separate sprite that kind of gets pasted on top, actually. And of course I messed everything up. Okay. Do that again. Yeah, we're gonna add a shader to this to make the inside like animated, so. All right, now we can outline. Might not be able to make it like ultra accurate to real lava lamps, but we'll try. Let's see. Let's do, I think this might need a little bit of, well, first off, let's change the colors on these, right? Like these guys, everything up past there should be like that. Then all these other colors can honestly go to this color. Okay, now is this centered? I don't think it is. That's 7. That's 5. Move it 1 to the left. All right, then we're just gonna draw another image sort of on top here as a mask for where the stuff will happen, which is just gonna be right in here. Oops. Something like that. Why is it not letting me fill? Oh. Bro. Oh. There we go. Let's see. Shape that off on the edge. So something like that. And then that's going to be white. And I want to fill in a couple of these areas with like a darker color. All right, so like around the top of the lid, it should be a little darker. And then also we're going to see sort of like part of the back over here. Like that. So that's going to be the mask. So let's save this guy as a lava lamp. And then this guy's lava lamp mask. Oops. Okay. So now let's go add this decoration in inside of the decorations table. This is going to be up here near the normal ones. Call this guy lava lamp decoration, lava lamp. lava lamp. And we'll just say like groovy. I don't know. Now where's the bottom of this texture? It is about at like minus 36 divided by 2. Let's say minus 12. And not for the tank. All right, so now we're gonna go back into the decoration spot. We can do some things in here. So we're gonna call this sprite lava lamp mask. And there it is. And this is gonna get pasted on top of the lava lamp. And this is gonna have our shader. All right. So I'm thinking what we do for this is obviously we're gonna have some noise textures. So this is gonna be a sampler 2D noise. Did I just do that? Oh, uniform sampler 2D noise. Lava lamp for the fishies? Yeah. That's what we're doing. It'll look pretty interesting. And for now, we're just going to say color is equal to texture, noise, UV, and do that. And now also I want to say, specifically only change the RGB, right? Like that. And what I want to do is get the initial color. So color is equal to color and say varying vec4 color. And say it's equal to that, but then at the end say color times equals color. So that it gets multiplied by the original color. And I don't know if that's working. Doesn't seem to work. What if I just do this? Okay, so let's say that times color, and that might work. Come on. No. I don't know why that doesn't work. That should be getting our base color right there in vertex. I don't know. Vec4 color. Alexa, fan on. It, as far as I know, it should be multiplying the alpha by the alpha of the other one and stuff, but it doesn't seem to be doing that, so I don't really know why. That's a little odd. I guess it's because it's mostly just multiplying by 1. But in like the areas where it's darker, it should be making it darker, right? Because it's not 1 anymore. But it just doesn't seem to be doing that. So that's a little weird. We'll have to figure that out. But anyways, let's do a noise texture. Noise. So there's the funny goop. And then we're just going to say plus time. And I'm going to say plus speed times time, I think, or yeah. Then I have another uniform. Oh, not that though, vec2. And for noise, I want to say repeat enabled. Like that. So now we can increment speed. There we go. So now it moves up. Definitely going to scale this larger. I have like big blobs. Okay. And I might multiply this UV. just to kind of zoom it in, if that makes sense. And then let's also make this filter nearest. Oops. So now you can see the pixels appear. And I guess we can just multiply it by the size of this texture, which is 256, so times, or divided by 256. Put that inside of parentheses. Now that's too much. 128. Still too much. 16. One too many. 8. Yeah, that's the perfect pixel size there. It's moving way too fast, so let's say 001 like that. And then now on color ramp, we're gonna change what the color actually is. I'll probably do that at the last step though, so I'm gonna say, you know, if color.r is greater than 0.5, then we make it a specific color, right? Else we make it a different color. So we say color is equal to vec4 and color.a. So something like that. Then otherwise here we set it to, you know, a different color. And we'll choose what these colors are. This is just kind of for testing the pattern right now. Like that. We can up the frequency on this a little bit. Sort of like that. And then I want to turn off any fractaling. I just want it to be smooth blobs like that. And probably lower the speed even more. Like that. Okay. So I think we'll just do the classic color combo, which is like purple in the background and then orange for the wax. So let's actually set those now. So I'm going to have just another uniform. And it's going to be a vec4 array of 2 colors. Like that. And now I can define those 2 colors. Oh, and this has to be a source color. So that I can actually like paste in colors. Okay, so first color. And then down here, we're going to set this to colors at index 0. And colors at index 1. Ignore the fact that it's not getting cropped anymore. Is there a way you can alter variations of the blob so it looks more flowy? Yeah, so the next step after this now is I'm going to multiply 2 noise textures together. So that'll kind of make it look like the blobs are like dynamically changing. It'll make more sense here in just a second. Let me also do this on these. And set that to vec3. Because I don't really want to modulate the alpha. Okay. Means I don't have to do that anymore. So we got that. Now, I still don't know why it doesn't like modify. See, if I say color.rgb times equals color.rgb, it doesn't work. It's not darkening those areas, and I'm really not sure why, because it should. I mean, if you say 1 times 0.5, then that should make it darker. But it just doesn't work. I'm a little confused on that for sure. I mean, I'm setting color to color. Like, I could just say, what if I just set it to equal color? So that's the color that it's reading in somehow on the mask, which is... I don't know how that's possible. Because that's not what the texture is, right? Now, one thing I could do is get the source value. I think I can say, there's like texture. I think texture is the initial texture. So I can say texture, right, UV. And then let's see what that looks like. I have to say RGB. So that works. So now I think I can say multiply it by that. There we go. So now you get the darker areas and stuff applied to it. Okay, so that works. Then, yeah, I guess the next thing is just getting our other noise texture in. So we have the default noise and then just another one, sampler 2D, noise 2. And I'm going to have these go at like different speeds. So speed 2. And then down in here, when we're getting this texture here, I'm going to instead do this. We don't really need to set the texture there. I'm just going to say var or vec4 noise combined. All right, is that one times the other one. So noise 2, speed 2. Hopefully that'll work. So now let's just go add a texture to color ramp. Not that one. Noise number 2. I'm just going to copy this one and paste as unique. Boom. And now we can multiply these guys together. Now right now they're the same texture, but I can like make this guy larger. And also ignore like the weird pixel stuff. I'm about to fix that here in just a second. We're going to use a different UV coordinate. And then this one, I want to have a little bit of like horizontal speed in addition, right? So we're going to say like move it to the left. And that'll kind of make these blobs like modulate and randomize a little bit now. And it looks like that noise texture is a bit too large. So we're going to do that. And we can set like the thresholds on these, so like maybe more than 0.3 or something, and that gives us more. So let's go grab, I want to get world coordinates instead of the coordinates I'm using now, because it looks really bad. So let's make another varying vec for world position, right? So we do that. That's actually a vec 2. And then instead of using UV in here and dividing it by 8 arbitrarily, we're just going to use world position now. So the next thing is we have to divide this size by the size of our texture, which is 256, I think. And does that appear to work? Let's think. I don't know if that's working. Let me go look at how I did it in some other spots just to make sure I'm doing this right. Yeah, that is how I did it. Well, I guess what I need to do is instead of doing that, get rid of the world position stuff, because clearly that doesn't work. I just need to snap the positions that the pixels are moving. So instead of saying plus speed times time, I want to say round speed times time. And hopefully that will keep these coordinates snapped on an integer grid. Now that might be too much. Yeah, I might have to round it to a specific like value. I don't know if that's something I can do. Or I think it's called snapped. Or just snap. I forget what the function is called for that. Shaders, modern day alchemy. I know, that's crazy. Let me go look this up. Snap to float. How do I do that? I feel like I'm doing something wrong here, where like I'm clearly not You know what? I think I might know what's going on here. I think I don't want to divide these UVs before I start multiplying them together, because that's when everything breaks down. I think I want to merge them at their base, like resolutions, and then I divide their UVs probably. So what's wrong here? This guy over here needs to be not rounded anymore. It's still doing really funny things though. Why is this so weird? I've never had this work this way before. Trying to think why it's broken. I literally did a shader very similar to this inside of Starground with like the cauldron. And I don't know why it's like doing these weird half pixels on this one, to be honest. Let me go look at the other one. I just want to look at the code I did. So I must have done something different over there to prevent that from happening, right? Yeah, I thought I could just round the values that these are being added by or something, but maybe I need to do round even or something. See, because that doesn't seem to work. It just kind of like makes it not move anymore, which is really weird. All right, so let's go look inside of the cauldron. What do I call it? Ocean station? The brewing station, yeah. So here we are. See, this is the shader I use here, so let's figure out what I'm doing different. So I divide it by, I am using world UVs. Oh, I'm adding the textures together before... Is that what I'm doing? Oh. Okay, I think I kind of see what's going on here. So I'm dividing it by a value. And I say world UV plus offset times each other. Okay. I think I know what's going on now. Instead of rounding this necessarily, I want to do this and then divide it by my texture size, which is like 256. And I think that will, I'm hoping, fix the issue. I don't know if it will. Oh, I just go copy that other shader if it doesn't work. That does not seem to work at all. Because the speed is too slow. I don't think that's what's going on here. I mean, maybe. I don't know what I'm doing different here. I'm using sine instead. I am rounding it. Okay. So I'm rounding that value and then dividing it by 512. So rounding has to be the secret here. Because otherwise it's just going to keep being weird. Oh, that might be doing something here. There we go. So now it snaps to the pixel grid. And I can increase the speed of these, right? There we go. That's what I wanted. Okay, I think we're all good to go now. So last thing I want to do here, I don't really need to get world coordinates anymore. I'm just going to multiply the UVs again. I don't know if dividing these is going to ruin it. It might. No, it actually seems okay. Oops. 0.0. Now we should be good. And that's way too much. I think I was only dividing it by like 8 before or something. Yeah. Pretty nice. And I can definitely slow it down a lot more now. Set it to like only like 5 or something. And there's some weird little offset pixels there. I'm not gonna worry about it. I think it's because of the resolution of this sprite. It's probably an odd number. No, it's not. I think it'll be okay. I guess I could use world coordinates if I wanted to fix that. Probably. Yeah, let's try it out. Back to world UV. Then replace these with those. Stop dividing them by 8 now. Oops, plus round. So that should keep them all snapped now to the pixel grid. That's too big, that should be 256. There we go. So yeah, that's working pretty well. These are both set to seamless, I think. Yep. Seamless. So something that I can do to make the texture a little more like smoothed out is first off, I'm going to lower the second noise texture speed. Keep it like more in line with the others so the blobs do change a little bit, but not as drastically. And then down here I can add a third color that's kind of a intermediary between the two. So what would we get if we merge those two? Probably red. That might be too much, but we'll see. We'll keep messing with colors. So I can go back in here now and just say elif, right? It's like I'm watching Bob Ross on multiplication, so the word line is a great tree. Yeah, it is like that with shaders, really. It seems like everything's broken and horrible, then all of a sudden it just kind of works randomly, you know? Oops, that's not the check I needed to do this guy. Okay, that's gonna be color 1, color 2. And this has to be else if, I'm pretty sure. And then change this guy to be 3 colors now. All right, so back into the shader here, add a third color. I want to move this guy over to here, and then get the red color. Boom. So now with that, I can keep tweaking this value until we kind of get the smoothing effect that I want, you know? If it's greater, oh, I have to say if it's less than a value or whatever. We have to actually do this check first, so otherwise it's going to be broken. I was wondering why it wasn't working. Then I might actually do it at the center. Yeah, okay, so what I need to do is this. So if it's, could I invert it? Maybe that's what I'll do here. So change that one to 0, change this one to 1. And I do this if it's like more than 0.5 or something. And 4. 0.3. 0.35. There we go. So now you just get like a little bit of anti-aliasing on the sides. And since I do need these colors to be pretty seamless with each other, I'm just gonna do this. Like actually, for real, create a mixed color. And change this radius to 3. So that's our mixed color. We don't really have a color like that, so there we go. So now it's a little smoother. So I think that works pretty well. Sometimes it can be a tiny little bit jittery, but I could decrease the size of this guy a little more now. I think that'll help. I might actually decrease the size of this guy too, or increase, whatever. Just make the blobs larger, like that. And there is like a little bit of like jitteriness. I'm trying to figure out what would be causing that. It might have to do with round, and I might, instead of doing rounding, I might want to like seal it instead. Yeah, that's better. I think it's because sometimes it like goes between the two values for rounding and then kind of freaks out a little bit. It's still a tiny bit janky. Sometimes you get this like weird cyclic pattern. I'm not 100% sure what causes that. Could just set this one to be just at 0. I wonder how that would look. Set to move horizontally, maybe. See, I don't want it to move too fast because it'll look weird. Maybe it's because like these values are so tiny, it's like you can't add it properly. What if I get rid of those? That does some weird, gnarly stuff there. Must be something with how I'm incrementing the positions of the UVs here. I'm not really 100% sure how to fix that right now. I think it's good enough for now. That's something I'll explore at another point for sure. The only problem with this other one moving so much is it kind of breaks things a little bit. Let's slow this down even more. I want this thing to be moving up primarily more than anything else. Right. There we go. Yeah, I think that'll work. Also, this should probably give off a light source, I realize. Let's go back into the decorations table. And lava lamp, we'll copy all the stuff from there. We'll make it kind of a colored glow. Like maybe like a purple glow or something, you know? Or like a pink. Let's do like a pink glow. Radius will be a little bit smaller, and energy is a bit less. And for position, we'll figure that one out. I think it'll be right around there. Let's go try it out. We're probably gonna have to shift that node up and down until we get it to the right spot where it's centered around the middle of the lava lamp. All right. Also, we got to make it so you can't see those lava lamp things unless you actually have that decoration purchased. So clearly not in the right spot. Let's shift it up. Let's do like -4, -8. Oh, I think that might be right there. Yeah, that's in the spot. Okay. Pretty cool. See, I mean, that's basically it. I might modify this a little bit more just to add like a shine mark to it. Yeah, let's think here. How would I do that? Also, this needs to be a child of the sprite. Then I need to go fix the depth is probably weird. Okay, so that should be a -12 there. But it's like behind its parent now for some reason. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's probably just because I repositioned the node. Hold on, let's save it and go back in. You're gonna make them different colors. I'm not gonna do that right now because it's quite a bit extra work to the UI, but it would be cool to be able to swap out their colors at some point. All right, cool. Let's hide that mask so that it doesn't show up. And then for update visual, I only want that to be visible if that's our ID. So that.visible is equal to entry.id is equal to ally.decoration.lava lamp. And I might have to find a more like performant way to like have those nodes in the scene. It is a little laggy, probably just having a bunch of random empty nodes not doing anything everywhere. So it would be best to make those not even exist unless it is actually a lava lamp. Yeah, they work pretty well, and they give off a little tiny bit of light. I might make the light a little more colored. Also, another thing I'd like to do, I don't really want the orange bits to be affected by the color, because I think it looks kind of bad. Because I want to imply that like the whatever they put in there, the wax, is in front of there. So instead what I'm going to do is only multiply this color here if it is the purple color. Now you can see what that looks like. At least it should have. Oh, I had to restart the game because it doesn't apply. Seems such a huge lava lamp. Yeah. It's a pretty big lava lamp. I think it's fine. There we go. So now the wax stays like in front of the mask like that. I think it looks pretty nice. And then I can see now that instead of doing... Well, that's the thing. It's not actually a real alpha color. That's fine. Yeah, I can definitely see it kind of jitter around. I'm not 100% sure what's causing that, so I'm going to do some more research into like moving textures instead of a shader. I'm sure there's like a reason it's being weird like that, so... yeah, it's a little funny. And then, yeah, I would love to add like a little shine mark in here, you know? Just on top of the mask. I don't know how I would do that. I'll think about that one. But yeah, it does work. So that's pretty epic. And since it's actually using world coordinates, it means that depending on where you put it, like position-wise, it'll be a different pattern, which is actually kind of cool. So... yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. I might make the shape of it a little more like, less domed or whatever. Maybe it's posture check. A hole in the mask. It's actually a pretty good idea. I didn't think about that. Yeah, let's just do that. Okay. So yeah, I can just add the shine wherever I want. We'll just cut a hole in the mask. Good idea. But one more thing I want to do though is like make the slope on this a little bit longer. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5. What is it doing? I don't have anything else visible. I copied that color and it's making it whiter? What is going on? What? Okay, this is really weird. Alright, shed the mask again. Let's make it so it's not on those colors there. So now we can just put the white shiny marks where we want. Why is it doing that? What is going on? Of normal opacity. Really weird. Oh, yeah, it's probably because this is on radius 3. You're totally right. It's so weird. Okay. I was like, what is going on? All right. My bad, guys. So yeah, just maybe some kind of shiny mark here. Could do like one of those over there also. Yeah, I think something like that could work. Then now we just select the white bits and remove them from the mask. All right, so save this as lava lamp again. Boom. And resave the mask. Boom. There we go. And if I update those, should update any second. Yeah. Now I got the shiny bits on top. It's pretty epic. And they just output a little bit of light. Let's go do a teensy bit more light, or like a darker light, because this is like pink right now. I think I'll just do like magenta. And let's try that out. And yeah, I like that, because then like if you have it over in like a darker area here, we can see what that looks like. Ominous. Might do a little less than magenta, but definitely like a darker pink. Like a hot pink is a good in between, I think. Let's try that. Let's see. Yeah, that's nice. All right, well, cool. One thing I'd like to fix though really quick with this shader, it's a very easy thing to do. I just want to multiply everything at the end by color. So we just say color times equals color. And the reason that we do that is because then when I hover over it, it should fix, like, it should make it so that mask absorbs the modulate color from the base sprite color. So, I'll show you what that looks like. So now it just looks like it's just a part of the sprite, you know? So yeah, pretty epic. Big lava lamp. It's actually really funny how the shader works when you scale it. That's very interesting. Because since the shader doesn't change in size when you make it big, it just has more wax in there. Like that. It's kind of fascinating. I think that's actually kind of cool. Or when you rotate it, it still keeps going up. It's fine. Yeah, I still need to fix the flickering in here. It's quite annoying. I can't wait for that new Godot version, dude. Say, network coding, thank you for the follow. In the new Godot version, it's going to let us finally see previews of the materials. So if you go to like Godot 4.7 shader preview or whatever, it's so nice. You can just mouse over a line inside of the shader editor and it'll just show you the stuff. Where is it? It's in here somewhere. Somewhere. This is going to be super nice for lured in. One-way collisions now have more predictable behaviors. Picture-in-picture mode. Whoa. It's actually really cool. Where is it? I know it's here somewhere. That is new filtering modes. Here it is. Yeah, look at that. That is so nice. I can't wait for that. Soon. It's gonna make creating shaders so much easier, guys. You have no idea. Hey, thank you for posture check. Ooh. Yeah, I'm happy with how this is for now. I'll make it better later, but I think it's okay. I don't think we'll have any performance issues with all these shaders yet. Thank you for the hydrate. All right, lava lamp has been added. Yeah, what other decorations do we want to do? Let's go mark this down. I Added the lava lamp. Furniture decoration. Now I need to put in here groovy. Okay. What's next? We should have time for like one more thing, probably. I do want to do the treasure chest decoration because also it's like one of the decorations that's shown in like the cover art for the game. Cave crawlers. This game's kind of actually epic. I need to play more. Fake wallfish. That'd be crazy. I got all these new games, guys. Like these new games I got. Feeding Frenzy 2. You guys remember this game? From 2006 when I was 3 years old. I guess I've always liked fish games. SimCity 4. Caves of Cud. Of Quud? Of Qued. One of those. This game looks insane though. It's like in the future. I gotta try it out. And Pharaoh. Because it looked kind of neat. And it was cheap. Oh yeah, the singing fish where you like mount it on the wall. That'd be kind of funny actually. Let's do the treasure chest because that's one I've been wanting to do for a while. I think I have that up here in like decorations. So lava lamps is done. Decorations, treasure chest with the bubbles. I'd like, ideally, we'll see. I might do the bubbles later. So how big do we want this to be? Definitely like wider than the diver is, but maybe not nearly as tall as the diver. So I'm thinking something like that, you know, or maybe 1 pixel less. Noticing a distinct lack of tentacles. I don't know about that. What kind of tentacles are you expecting? Oh, just like octopus and stuff that you can catch. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, that would be cool. I would like to add in squids, and I think once we get to the coral reef zone, that's going to be a good spot to add those guys. I'm trying to find the art. I need to see my treasure chest. Whatever, I'm just going to do it in here. It's assets, I think. Lured in background. There we go. Epic. I could probably almost just like copy this treasure chest a little bit and just kind of fix it. Let's do that, why not? It'll be lore accurate. Okay, that just did nothing. Come on, there we go. Now I can just pop, copy this guy over to here. It's a little bit too big. Just a wee bit. We'll figure out like what size looks good and stuff. Like right around there I think is pretty nice. Maybe a little bit wider. And we gotta like fill in the bottom, so like right there. Okay, let's delete all the extra colors I don't want. Might be a couple that I accidentally delete. It's fine, we'll fix them. See, I got the game. I think it's great, man. Keep it up. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I've had a really fun time with it so far, so I've got a whole bunch of things planned out that I'll be adding eventually. I think it'll be really fun. All right, so let's extend it. So this one will just go down to the bottom. But then these ones are all like curved inwards. And there's a little bit of perspective on this, so I probably will sort of do that. Maybe something like that. I might have to change the perspective a little bit, kind of like flatten it out and make it more of like a side view, if that makes sense. So you can see like less into the treasure. Something like this will probably work. Let's just kind of reshape this until it's where I want it. It's probably pretty good there. Reshape this guy. It's good enough there. Resized image looks better than I thought. Yeah, we're gonna clean this up a lot. It's pretty screwed up. But it's just a good like scale reference. And it's not immoral because I already drew this, so I can resize my own art as much as I want. I'll go through and make all this look way better. Like all this stuff should be turned into those colors. And this right now, I'm just gonna fill all this in with just black. So I can redraw all that stuff, all the treasure. Get rid of that. Okay. We're getting there. Just got to keep cleaning everything up. Like this there. I want to bring that down. It's faster than having to redraw all this from scratch, though, I think, so it's fine. And I bet these colors aren't perfectly accurate because it's probably a little bit of like, I don't know if I'm pretty sure I used the palette on the original artwork. We'll see though. So that can be flattened off there. Let's do a couple more. Let's do this. Just be easier right now. Okay, now I can do that. Yeah, you can see there's colors in here that are not the same as each other, so we gotta fix that. Almost there, guys. And like some of these things I think should be moved over, like this one here. Just looks a little too close to the other one. Okay. Fix the perspective on that guy. Yeah, there's a little bit of funny perspective stuff with this, honestly. I think it's okay. Sometimes, like, making things not perfect is actually more interesting, honestly. Like, I could go through and fix all the perspective stuff on this and make it all look perfect, but I think it loses a tiny bit of charm that way. You know what I mean? It's more fun when it's not absolutely perfect. And yeah, that's another very true statement, which is that it's the enemy of good. So it's just not worth the effort, honestly. Let's fill this in. Oops. I'll fix it wherever it's like really obvious, but Like here, I think I'd be seeing the inside of the treasure chest like that. Let's just do that, just to fix the shape a little bit. I think I'll go to sleep now. It's getting pretty late. Yeah, sounds good. Thank you so much for coming in. I really appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night. Okay, let's just keep going through this one here. I want to... So I don't think we'd be seeing the top of this one here. Okay. I'll have some anti-aliasing there. Same with these guys here. Might change all these to be red. Nah. Let's not do that. Oh, and that has to be like a gold transition. Yeah, there we go. Okay. This one we'll see, looking at it from this perspective, we will see like the back of it. Okay. Then on these are a little funny, so I'm just gonna get them all consistent. Just at the same like slope. They're all at like a 45 slope or whatever. Like this. At least to start, and then once you get up to the top it changes, but yeah. And these are all also gonna have, we're gonna be seeing this stuff from the side. Okay. We make each chest have a 5% chance to be a mimic that eats your fish. Yeah. Maybe that'd be pretty crazy. Maybe a little scary. I'll have to think about that. Let's see here. I think this will do. I want to outline it now. It said it's a customer, yeah. That'd be crazy. Oops. Yeah, I guess this will work. Might shift the right side a little bit. Also, since it's going to be hitting the bottom, I don't need to do the bottom outline. Okay. I'm thinking about what I want to do to fix the perspective. It's mostly fine. I would see a little bit of the top of these actually. I think I'll have this like come up and then probably do bubbles. This is just going to be a decoration for the tank that you can put down. I think I just need a little bit more depth on this here. It's tricky because I guess that'll be fine. We've kind of got like a Y sorting thing going on inside of the tank, so I don't want things to be too like perspective based, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's complicated. but I think this one will probably be okay. Let's see. Do that there. That'll be fine there. All right, I think I could probably go through and do the highlights and stuff now, which will make this look better. Okay. Oh yeah, and also another big thing that'll help is shadows. Almost forgot. Those are a little bit too tall. Yeah, that works. And same sort of thing up here. And same thing along these. There we go. Give me code and I can guess, but art? This is sorcery. Yeah. It's always been one of the very interesting things about art is like how it just sort of just appears in front of you, you know, without like you even realizing it. I don't like that there. Oh yeah, also, I almost completely forgot, but the lock on the chest, I can't forget that. I think that's part of why it looked a little off to me. There we go. That's better. What did I have on the top of the chest? Like, did I have the other component of the lock? Yeah, I sort of did. Also, I think the shading thing that's really tripping me up, I realized finally. Let's do that, and this is supposed to be this color. You can see our colors are not. Gotta go through and fix that. Because it's gonna be the same color as the front down there, right? So that makes a lot more sense. Now, we need to figure out like which spots are part of this front bit, right? I think that should go up there. Like here, it's a little weird. I think I'm gonna bring that down. Now I can just keep adjusting things. Let's see. This should all just be dark because it's in shadow. Probably same with over here, actually. There we go. Keep that as yellow. Bring that forward a pixel. I think this is pretty much good enough. Say, Rival Secret, welcome in. How goes? Fellow Godot Dev here. Awesome. Very cool to see other people doing Godot stuff. What have you been working on with Godot? If you got any links or anything, you're welcome to drop stuff in here. Oh yeah, also here, I believe that should leave a shadow. A lot of times shadows you have to like think about really hard, you know? Of like, okay, if the light's coming from this direction, I put that thing there, would it actually do what I think it does? Also, I kind of want to do that. I know it seems quite destructive, but I think it fixes the shape of this a little bit. Almost feel like this needs to go like down or bring this back over here. That. Yeah. Oh. I think that's probably pretty good right there. I mean, I can keep messing with it and it might look better, but like, I think it's good enough. Let's delete that. We could probably just do this. Boom. Make it all brown. Yeah. All right, let's crop it. Oops, gotta get down to the bottom. Crop. There we go. Treasure chest. Oops. And I will make it do the bubbles because it's epic, but later. Ability just to create whatever pixel art assets you want is such a good skill because you can code whatever you want to. Yeah. That is the reason I specifically chose to do computer science in university instead of art. I was really like torn between the two because on one hand, I enjoy drawing stuff and it's fun, but also like I was already kind of able to draw stuff. So I think that to me was the thing of like, well, I can draw. If I could also program way better than I can now, then I think it would be a very powerful combo. So that's what I did. Oh, let's go. You got a YouTube link. Ooh. It's not letting me copy it. Oh, no. Why can't I copy it? Let me click on it. There we go. Ayo. Remade Donkey Kong. That's awesome. It can be really fun to remake stuff like this sometimes. That's pretty epic. And then you got this other one here. Oops, I opened it twice. No ads, no. Oh my god. Come on. All right. Ayo. Yeah, this is very epic. Yeah, this is like a pretty faithful remake of stuff like this. Let's go. Nice. Yeah, it's really awesome. Darn ads, I know. There's a random ad. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Oh yeah, I was gonna put this down here. The treasure chest. Now this one I want to be kind of expensive because it is a freaking treasure chest, you know? So. Some of these more exotic decorations like this, like the treasure chest, I might make it so it's something that you have to find. And we had to have some kind of pirate quote. What are we going to do for that? Also, let's see. What's my offset going to be? Not anything super big. Maybe like 12. X marks the spot. Something, I don't know. Sway strength. That should be not there. All right, let's try it out. Yeah, thanks for the proud of those creations. The Cube project has been a great learning experience. Yeah, it's really cool. Yeah, anyways, we've been working on my game Lured In today. It's an aquarium management game. We're just drawing in a bunch of decorations right now for fun. Let's clean the freaking glass, bro. All right. Treasure chest. Bam. Yeah, pretty epic. I think it'll work. How about sometimes fishing up a pirate hat, and when you get 10, you can turn them in for a treasure chest? That'd be awesome. Yeah, I do want to do stuff like that where I think the plan is going to be tying the achievement system into unlocking decorations and cosmetics and stuff for your player, because it's just a fun way to do it. Like, I could make it so everything is just buy it with money, but for stuff like this, in my opinion, I think it's a lot more fun to actually like acquire them, you know, be awarded these things instead of just buying it with cash. So yeah, I think we'll definitely be doing that at some point. So when you get a certain achievement, it gives you cosmetics. It's going to be really soon. I want to start. I'm thinking in my head about ways that I'm going to do the achievement system, because I want this achievement system to work off of Steam also. So I can't just do, like, obviously Steam achievements are easy, but we'll definitely have Steam achievements, of course. Don't get me wrong, but I want to do achievements that are acquirable outside of Steam. So, but yeah. CG script is your language? Yeah. No, I mean, C# is definitely nice. I considered doing C#, but I was just like, well, I'm just gonna learn GD script. Why not? I do like GD script though. I mean, they're both good languages. A lot of people have made some cool stuff with C# too. But I've had a good time with GD script so far. My name is Guybrush Threepwood, and I'm a mighty pirate. Yeah, maybe time to add achievements in game. I think so. I think it is about time. I wonder if I should make it so the positions of these decorations snap to pixels. That might be a good idea. Because right now they just smoothly move, and so you get weird, like, mixels. I might look into doing something like that. Pixar looks pretty decent. Thank you. Yeah. I have been drawing a whole bunch of stuff for this game. That's always one of my most favorite parts, honestly, of game development for me, is just, like, drawing. Like, the programming is cool, and it's nice to make, you know, stuff, mechanics, but really the drawing stuff is kind of epic. Yo, Hypnotic, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, what's going on? What are you up to today on your stream? Why are these little... Oh, let's go, you got a raid emote. Awesome. But yeah, we are working away at Lurden more today. We're just drawing in a bunch of decorations. We got these lava lamps with a little shader that we made. So, like, dynamically does the wax rising up. It's a little weird. I gotta fix something. It keeps, like, jittering. As you can see, it'll, like, flicker in and out. I don't know what's causing that. I think it's something to do with, like, the UV coordinate thing. I'm gonna fix that. But yeah, we've been just drawing a bunch of new tank decorations too. We got this new plant, which is a real plant. It looks like it's a fake plant, but it's not. It does like it like goes from green to red. And then also a treasure chest. So yeah, you can fill your tank with treasure now. We've also got these rocks and stuff that we've added in, what was that, like Sunday or something? Yeah, it's coming along. See, there's one thing you can do. Yeah, I could do the snap 2D position to pixel. I probably won't do that though, just because I do like having precise coordinates for things. Because some things I do want to be smooth and not be in a pixel grid. Because that's like a project-wide setting, which is the problem. Unless I can just change it on the viewport, which might be possible, but then the fish moving around are going to be kind of jittery because they snap to the pixels, so I'll probably just round the position value whenever you place it or move it to the nearest integer. So you're trying to make our bobblehead auto trapper move around and patrol the store? Ah, yeah, nice. Was he sorry? I mean, enable snap 2D transform to pixel? Ah, yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Fantastico mustachio, if you will. Yeah. Mine's not nearly as insane as yours. Yours is like up to like your eyes. It's crazy. I could have used sub viewports. Yeah, this is a sub viewport, but I have other things in here that I don't want to snap to pixels, like the fish moving around. Because when you have fish inside of here, they like swim around smoothly, and I don't want... Their movement, I think, would look really weird if I had them snapping to pixels, so that's why I avoid that. This goes up into a ponytail, yeah. My ears is above the head? Oh, man. That's crazy. Yeah, I guess yeah, now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah. I don't know if mine will ever get that long. I haven't really been trimming it or anything, but it just doesn't get any longer. So that might be my limit. I don't know. It's hard to say. Maybe if I gave it more time, but years and years and years. But yeah, anyways. Just a whole bunch of decorations in here. Yeah, I need to work on... We were just talking about doing like achievement system stuff. It's one thing I want to get started on soon. Just because then I can make it so like new decorations and stuff like these are something you can unlock through getting achievements, which I think is more fun than just buying it with cash. Like it still will cost cash to place, but just to unlock it and have it in here, it would be through an achievement. Just gives people little things to do other than just the maintaining their fish in the aquarium or fishing itself. So, but yeah. We're getting pretty close to demo time, honestly. We're only about like 20 days out from, I think, the demo. I want to get the demo out before Next Fest, like a little bit before, so I can just test everything and make sure it's all stable, so... but yeah. Yeah, not too much longer. I gotta get everything ready to go. I mean, I think the game's at a decent spot right now, but... there's still a couple little bugs and quirks I want to fix before it's fully ready to go. The chef's offer. Yeah, I guess I'll accept that trade. Maybe I'm old school, but never really saw any motivation to get achievements in game. Yeah, I think that's part of the problem I kind of want to fix with this game is like, I think something I always see is achievements are just a completely side extra thing that don't impact the game at all. And like, it's fine for some games, especially like older games where you can't go back in and modify the game for Steam achievements. It's fine. But I really like to make achievements in this actually meaningful, you know, where getting them means that you get new content. Because I think it's kind of more fun that way. So that's the plan. Did end up making this treasure chest, I think, a little larger than I thought, but it's fine. It's not like, it's not ridiculously big, and you can make it tiny if you want. But yeah, because it is a big problem. Yeah, exactly. Reward the player other than bragging rights. Yeah, I definitely think so. Yeah, I think it's just fun that way. Because I don't see, like, if I'm going through the trouble of making the achievements, like, why not make it a real, like, mechanic that you can interact with and gain something from, right? It just seems like there's definitely the opportunity there for that. But yeah. Yeah, hopefully the achievement system won't be too bad to implement. I basically just need to, like, create a big list of all the achievements, and then just make another list of the achievements that have been completed, right? And then just check for the states of when things are, when an achievement has been acquired, which most of the time I think should just be connected up to a signal, so it should be really easy. Yeah, and then I can just check for like content like this. I already have systems for requiring like research and stuff, right? So for example, I can't travel to the lake until I have the lake research. So I can honestly use essentially that exact same system for unlocking the decorations with achievements, because I can just check, do I have achievement? If so, you know, okay, you're good. But if not, then you don't have it. right? Pretty straightforward. And I'll probably put the name of the achievement that you need to get to unlock it, just to guide people a little bit and be like, hey, if you actually want this, then go do this achievement. So, but yeah, I think it'll be fun. I don't know if the achievements will start off being super wacky or arbitrary. It'll probably just be like relatively basic stuff, you know, catch X number of fish. But eventually we're gonna do things that are a little more secret and arbitrary, so it's not as easy. You actually have to think about it for a minute. And achievements is, you have to come up with a lot of ideas. It's hard. Eventually I'll come up with more. I need to ask all my friends if they have any ideas, you know. And if you guys have ideas for achievements, definitely let me know. Because now I'm in that phase where I'm kind of like ready to start writing up a list of things, so. Myself and pixel art still kind of a novice range, going for the low frame NES style stuff. Yeah, it can be definitely a lot easier to do that. Yeah, sometimes doing like really large resolution pixel art can... The thing that always kills me with like the time it takes is just the animation. Like I can draw like big complicated sprites all day long, you know, I can draw this huge rock sprite, because it gets to a point where it's basically just normal drawing instead of like individual pixel manipulation. But yeah, when it gets to animating though, freaking hate animating big sprites. That's why actually if you look at these guys, it's, you don't really notice it very much. But these arms are not real. They're not a part of the animation. They're actually like a separate sprite, a separate like inverse kinematics. So you can see when I go travel to the pond, my player character is holding the fishing rod like normal, right? So that's one of the things I've done to kind of simplify the amount of animation I have to do, because otherwise it would really suck. Yeah, I've done a lot of that with all the animation in this so far, like all these reeds here moving around. That's a shader that does that. Same with, if we actually go over to the jungle, all of that is also a bunch of shaders. Like this waterfall back here, instead of animating it, that's a shader. All the swaying in here, the water is a shader. It's all shaders. Shaders and particles are the secret to not animating as much. So yeah, I recently made a Gianna sprite in the DK arcade style. Nice. How do you do that with the shaders? So these are all different ones. These here are particle emitters, like the water splashing down, the foam from the waterfall. These, all the trees and bushes and things swaying around in the wind. All that is, if I go find that, it's just called wind shader. I think it's this one. I'm just moving the vertexes. So every sprite, the way that like Godot renders things is you have like a box, and this is your like polygon for rendering, right? And there's always 4 vertexes in these corners on these sprites. So like basically the engine maps a sprite onto this texture. So let's pretend I have a funny little plant in here, right? And then yeah, vertices. And then how this works is that whenever I'm just adding and subtracting position on the X vertex. So basically I'm doing this just with the top part of the sprite, but I'm just moving those vertexes left and right, vertices left and right. And that's swaying the tree. You can get a lot more complicated with it, and you could potentially even do like multiple vertices and stuff, or like, you know, make it do a more complicated animation. But for most of this stuff, you don't really need to do that. So this butterfly, all these guys are particles. And then the water shader, that's that doesn't really use any vertex manipulation, but I'll show you what that looks like. So we go into the waterfall, and I can go into the jungle scenes. You can see it. But this is the waterfall shader. All I'm doing here is just creating it through a noise texture. So I have a noise texture, I stretch it out really tall, and I'm moving the UV vertically to do it. And it's a similar thing what I'm doing here. I just have a bunch of noise textures. But yeah, anyways. Let me snooze that ad. Software sees over at it. Yeah, it's all really easy. I mean, well, I'm gonna be real. Shaders are kind of hard. They're complicated. You have to spend a lot of time practicing writing shaders. But once you're at a level where you can just tackle something like this without tutorials, it's very nice. Because also shaders run great. You know, they're all ran on the GPU. So it means that really low-end hardware are able to run fancy effects super easy. And like this, the wax inside of here is a shader, right? These sun rays, these are a shader. There's a lot of things that are a shader. The moss, the algae on the tanks here, that's also a shader. And I'm modifying a big mask for choosing like what parts of that shader are clean. But yeah. Anyways, I like shaders, they're cool. Also the text wobbling, those are also shaders. There's a lot of shaders. But anyways, if all you're using shaders for speeding up animation, I'm a little bit of a purist. I think shaders should be used tastefully. I mean, that's fair. There's definitely two groups of people with pixel art. There are those that are very, yeah, like purist with pixel art, where everything should be snapped to the pixel grid, and it should all be hand animated, and there shouldn't ever be any mixels or anything. And that's fair. There is a certain, like, vibe that comes along with being so strict about your pixels like that, and I think it's cool. But honestly, it's a lot of work to do all that, and I think shaders, they save me a lot of time. And I think they look kind of cool. I personally don't really mind mixing shaders with you know, regular pixel art as much. Like, not even just from a time-saving standpoint, but just from a visual standpoint, I think it looks fine, in my opinion. But everybody has a different stance on that. Real easy. We're seeing the reform magic. Well, yeah, it's not easy. I don't want to make it sound like it's just snap your fingers and it's done. It does take a lot of work. This pixel game might just have more shaders than Cyberpunk. Doesn't Cyberpunk have like one shader that they call the Uber shader or something? At least I heard something about that. I don't know. The way I say here, fish wobbling looks very fitting despite using a shader. Yeah, they actually don't use a shader, which is funny. Some things do, some things don't. This is just done with a line 2D node, but it basically looks like, yeah, it's the same. Yeah, so the text wobble. Taylor, and there's infinitely times more shaders. My favorite pixel games than I thought. Yeah. Trees I like a tad wear. That's fair. You know, to each their own. I think it's fine. Is the shade of the tree? Oh, like these. If we go down to the jungle, like the shadows down here. Those are not a shader. What I do for those is I just create a bunch of sprites and then I put them inside of a, it's a combined canvas node. So it basically like merges all their alphas together. Because normally if you just pasted these sprites on top of each other, then it would keep getting darker and darker. But I have them all under a canvas group here, and that's why they all like merge together and look normal. If I didn't have them in there, it would look pretty bad. So. Yeah, anyways. I want to keep learning more shaders because I think they're very powerful. And what's so great is like these shaders work for all sorts of styles of game. Like I'm using it here in a... Oh, you just mean the trees themselves? Nah, they're just regular sprites. I mean, they have a shader on them to sway, but they're not these shadows in here are not a shader or anything. Those are all just hand-drawn. Yeah, like, I can make a shader for this game, and even though it's designed in a pixel art context, like, I can reuse it in a 3D game or just a regular non-pixel art 2D game, so there's a lot of potential for shaders. They're very versatile. Yeah, the swaying is a shader. They've got a shader on them to sway. It's the same one as these guys. I might give them a different shader so they don't sway as much, maybe. Just to stop the sway a little bit. Because it is, I do agree, it's a little intense right now. But I'm going to do that later. I'm not worried about it right now. I think a lot of game development and making money off of it is compromise or focusing on the things that matter the most. Like sometimes I choose not to worry about all the little minor things because it's too much. It would take me forever, years. I've been there and done that already, so I'm done. Yeah, anyways, I do have to end stream, guys. I do apologize. But it's getting late, so I gotta go eat dinner. I do, I'm sorry, Kangles. Yeah, I hear you. I'm in my scope as well, yeah. I'm honestly pretty, like, when it comes to scope stuff, I think the more limited the scope is, the better. Some people have the inverse problem where oh god, where they can't seem to add enough stuff to their games. But for me, it's like if I don't control myself, it's over, and I'm gonna accidentally put way too much stuff into the game. So, gotta see the forest for the shaders and trees. Yeah. Oh boy, the big cheese event. Vocal cords must hurt. They do. Yeah, it's annoying. Because it's not only me just talking on streams, I'm also like recording scripts all the time for the shorts and devlogs, so it's a lot of talking all day long. Let's go raid. Mr. Goon Watch is working on games today. Not that definition of goon, guys. Alright, we're gonna start that raid. But yeah, thank you everybody for coming in. There's a public playtest for Lured In out right now, so you can try it out for free. Yeah, wishlist the game, grab Starground on Steam, 25% off right now. And yeah, we'll be live again on... Is it Wednesday today? Yeah, we'll be live again on Friday, 3:30 MDT, so... Not tomorrow, unfortunately. I need a day off. Yeah, I'm sorry. Again, thanks a lot for the stream. Yeah, thank all of you guys for coming in. I appreciate it. Yeah, hopefully we'll get V4 out very soon for Lured In. There's a couple more things I want to tackle, like the achievements and fish rarity systems, but once all that's done, then it's go time. So, okay. Bye, everybody. I'll see you all Friday. Also, join the Discord if you want. Bye, everyone. Bye-bye.